Just a quick announcement. I expect we'll be getting started in the next 5 or 10 minutes. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. We have a continued work session this afternoon on the supplemental budget, and then we're going to take up a couple of forward reviews. So we'll start with committee introductions. Representative Sinclair.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is David Sinclair, here for the people of House District 50, the city of Bath.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dylan Pugh. I represent House District 114, which is part of Portland.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rachel Henderson. I represent the people of House District 78, which are the beautiful towns of Bethel, Byron, Hanover, Milton, Roxbury, and my hometown of Rumford.
Good afternoon. I'm Danny O'Halloran, and I represent the hardworking people of District 20 in the industrial city of Brewer.
Hi, I'm Dave Hagan, Senate District 10, 12 towns surrounding Bangor, not Bangor.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Babin. I represent House District 3, Northeast Aroostook County.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellie Sato. I represent House District 109 in the beautiful town of Gorham.
It's lovely to see you all. I'm Adam Lee. I represent House District 89, which is downtown and New Auburn.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and some of Scarborough, and I serve as the Senate Chair of the committee.
And I'm Amy Kuhn. I represent House District 111 in the town of Falmouth, and I serve as the House Chair of the committee. Thank you to everybody for your patience today while the Senate went a little bit later than anticipated. We appreciate your patience. Okay, so I'll open up the work session, continued work session on the supplemental budget.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone, last time you went through every initiative and language part that was in the governor's proposal for the supplemental budget. Votes were taken. I believe everyone who wanted to casted late votes if you missed part of it. So thank you all for going through that, and thanks Eli for making that possible. And I just wanted to let you know about one change that I think you will all agree with if you voted for Part T. So if you could get out your green paper. And we're gonna look at page 21. Yes. So this is going to be the end of the green paper for the day because you really took care of this last time, but we just wanted to remind you, folks who voted in favor of the initiative and these accompanying language parts in Part T to fund the shortfall in funding for assigned counsel for PDS from the Budget Stabilization Fund. Section T18, which is a language section for that, says that the money is being transferred for purposes of complying with a federal law. But the actual purpose for transferring the money out of the Budget Stabilization Fund is to pay for the shortfall in funding for assigned counsel. So Eli and I have written up everything you voted on last time, but we did for the folks who voted in favor of this as amended, because remember you amended the monetary amount to 13 million each year. We also changed that language to be about funding for the shortfall for assigned counsel. I just want to make sure you're all okay with that. That had been in the testimony from Executive Director Tarpinian. We forgot to articulate it during the vote. So I just want to make sure you're all okay that we took that liberty.
Committee members, are there any questions on that? Representative Lee?
You had expressed confusion as to the language in T, right?
I thought that it didn't make sense to me, and then the director testified that it's an error. And so she was told, I believe by DAFs, that it needs to be changed. So we thought you probably agreed with that since you all knew what the funding was for. So.
Right. Does anybody have objection to that? Okay. Do you need us to straw vote that or?
Nope, you already voted. I just want to make sure those who voted in favor of it are fine that we changed that language to match what everybody was talking about, even though that's not what's written. Thank you. Okay. So now we are on to the purple handout from last time, which had many attachments. But and this purple handout from last time is all of the proposed amendments. Most of them were raised during the public hearing. Some of them were added by committee members, either during last time's discussion or also in their questions at the public hearing. You had a version of this handout last time. I request that you take the one you had last time, unless you really need it folded or something, so you know that's old because all the new proposed amendments we added here so that we all have the same exact list we're moving from. And then we have some additional information that came up about these proposed amendments. Okay. So you should now have a 3-page long list instead of a 2-page long list. So we have items A through J as proposed amendments. Okay, and last time you did vote on item A, just to remind you, so you already unanimously, it's now up to 13-0. So the 12-0 has now been updated to 13-0 because we had somebody else vote just moments ago. And this proposed amendment was to add general fund funding to sustain the sexual assault, domestic violence, child victim case prosecutor in District 3, that ADA position that has been federally funded since 2013. So that's already taken care of. The rest of the amendments on this list you have not decided on. You tabled them all last time. So I believe that's where we are. Hopefully you still have the supporting materials and then we have some additional. We do have folks from the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, which is item number B in the room, not number B, letter B, excuse me. And so if you want to just go in order, we can start there, but I'll look for direction.
I think that makes sense.
Okay, so the second proposed amendment, and these were just in no general order, it's not ranked by hierarchy. Just the second proposed amendment that you heard about during the public hearing was you received testimony from employees of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, requesting that LD 137, which was a bill that would allow those employees to be part of the 1998 Special Retirement Plan, asking that you all recommend that that be added to the supplemental budget. So the bill and its funding. And last time we handed out, so hopefully you still have it, the cover sheet for LD 137. So you can see that it is currently on the special appropriations table. You can see who voted for and against in the Labor Committee. And then the text of the bill and the committee amendment, as well as the fiscal note, are attached. Since that time, you did want to hear more from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. There was a question about if there was an articulated reason why the person in the committee who voted against it, why they voted against. I know that the Office of Chief Medical Examiner has spoken to that representative and can give you information about that. And then also we wanted to give you the testimony from the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, which explains what moving those folks into the special retirement plan would do. So I'll have that be distributed now. Thank you. Yes, and the other thing that we told you we would get back to you on was if there are any other folks who have a similar bill that's maybe on the appropriations table or in somewhere in the process about adding different people to that special retirement plan. And after consulting with the analyst for the Labor Committee, it is our understanding that there is a bill on the special appropriations table to add judicial marshals to this retirement plan. And there was a bill last year about including certain mental health workers into the special retirement plan. That bill stayed on the table, but it was partially funded in the budget last time. So there's currently pending another bill to sort of finish that process. And that was voted favorably in the Labor Committee, but hasn't yet been reported out. So I think there's more than one special retirement plan, but at least with respect to this special retirement plan, there are pending requests for certain mental health workers and for judicial marshals, as well as the folks in the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Committee
Does that make
members.
sense?
Oh, yes. Are
Okay.
there any questions for Janet? Would any committee members like to hear from someone from the Chief Medical Examiner's office on those questions? Yes, Representative Halloran.
I'm not sure who to ask it to, but I don't understand why the medical examiner's office was left out, so I'm curious if they received any other additional benefit that the others do not.
You can ask them that for sure. They're here.
All right. Could you join us, please?
Hi, I'm Lindsay. I am the Director of Operations over at the Medical Examiner's Office. So one piece Janet just mentioned, and then I will certainly answer your question. I do have the response from the representative who had voted ought not to pass in labor. I don't know if you want to distribute that. To answer your question, no, we did not receive any other. This is the only benefit, if you will, that we've been asking for, and we did not receive any piece or part of any other benefit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Lee?
Hi. Thank you. I'm just trying to figure out if is the reason you have the bill that's sitting on the special appropriations table, you're also trying to get it into the supplemental budget? Is it just sort of let's try all doors that are put to, okay.
Yes.
There's nothing I'm missing as to
No,
why that's not sufficient.
this is year 5, so we're pursuing all avenues.
Any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you. If you think of any, certainly Janet knows how to reach me.
Great. So committee members, we are aware that the same initiative is on the appropriations table. So it's a question of whether a member wants to move it into the budget as an additional initiative. Yes.
That is absolutely one option,
Mhm.
is to vote that it be added as a new initiative. We would add it as a new initiative to the memo if a majority of the committee votes in favor of it. You do have other options. You could put in your cover memo that while you aren't taking an official vote on it, you support the testimony received on this item. You know, so that you don't have to go all the way to saying add it to the initiative, to the budget. You could say, we think when you get to the table, this is important, or we just generally support it, however you want to fund it. So you can direct us to say things, including, but short of instead, put it in the budget.
Representative Lee?
I think that would be my preference, is in a memo to say that we fully support this being funded, and we are going to separately put it in as a separate initiative, but that should not in any way be taken as disapproval for the policy. We absolutely believe that this should be funded.
Any reactions to that, committee members? Representative Henderson?
I guess, so a question for you. Thank you, Madam Chair. For you, Representative Lee, given the fact that the Judiciary Committee has jurisdiction over the Medical Examiner's Office, what is your hesitancy for? Because I would love to see this pass too. So if we're talking about like, if there's a unanimous, I can't speak for other colleagues, but I know myself, I'd love to see this in. What is your hesitancy to have it added into our budget?
The messiness of having it in two different places is something that gives me hesitation, and ostensibly inviting a bunch of bills that pass to also use this as a separate mechanism or path to get into funding seems unwieldy to me.
Yes.
I may have misinterpreted the previous conversation on 2059, but is that not what we're doing with 2059 by having a separate initiative in there? When there's one that's still kind of pending on whether or not it's going to be funded?
I think there's some variance between the two of those, both because of the different funding mechanisms for both of those bills, as well as one is backfilling, one is a little bit more stretching out. The initiative is multi-years as to the funding. Plus the funding mechanism is the real big difference there.
But so would also be the retirement thing would be for future years as well. So it's not just funding for this year, it would be for the future years.
Yeah.
Right.
I think he's saying that the other one is one-time funding to make up for services already rendered as opposed to adding to the baseline. Senator Carney?
And just a brief note that the funding for PDS was included in the supplemental budget. So we're not changing it. We're changing the amount, but it's something that came from the governor in her proposal.
Senator Hagan?
I think I'll be more comfortable just leaving it with the appropriations folks and have them handle it.
I feel like that also, but with a strongly worded sentiment that we would like to see it funded. A majority of the committee or however many of us would like to see it funded and leave the decision of how to do that in their hands. Janet?
I have a quick question. If we're, it sounds like the reason this is being considered is twofold, and I just want to make sure I know which reason. Partially because you had testimony in it, and partially because it is within the committee jurisdiction, the chief medical examiner, but so are the judicial marshals, and they have their bill as well. And I didn't know you didn't get testimony on it, so maybe you don't want to mention it, but I just wanted to put that out there so that you could consider all the possibilities.
Yes, Representative Lee.
I think things like that is why is why I have hesitation about us funding these things as separate initiatives or putting them into the supplemental budget as suggested supplemental initiatives from us is our support of this initiative a demonstration that we don't want the marshals funded? Because I don't want it to be that as well.
Yes, Representative Henderson.
So I guess along those lines, thank you, Madam Chair, are we also then in our strongly worded letter? Are we also in our strongly worded letter also going to indicate our support for the marshals, or is that a completely separate conversation? Because I feel like that accomplishes the same thing that you're concerned with doing by putting it in to our budget, by not mentioning them that.
Janet, is that
Prioritizing.
bill also on the table or
It's
is?
on the table, so I think there are a couple options. And first of all, I want to let you know this letter is due tomorrow. So Eli and I will strongly word as much as we can late tonight. But we could write it so that it says, you know, these are the new initiatives we support. These were other items we heard testimony on that we have support for. And so as not to even get into the judicial marshals, but you're just responding to the testimony. Or you could say, we heard this testimony, we know this other bill's on the table too, we like them both. So we can word it so that it doesn't sound like you're dismissing the other one and you're just responding to testimony, or now that you know, you might choose to talk about both. Does that make sense?
I would prefer not to weigh in on something that wasn't even brought to the committee and we didn't have any testimony on. So if I could offer just a suggestion that we do it the first way you described, Janet, and say that we heard testimony on this issue and felt it was an important topic and that we hope it gets funded by whatever appropriate means. Does that make sense? Representative Lee?
I think we're on the same wavelength, and I don't know, and I'm sure Janet and Eli can find the words for this, but it's essentially saying the only reason we're commenting on this is because we heard testimony on it. That we don't mean to not comment on other bills that we didn't hear testimony on, but we feel the need to comment on this. It's in our jurisdiction. Janet and Eli will find the words.
Representative Poirier, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say that as far as the letter's concerned, for one or both or what have you, I think people around the table might have some different opinions on that, but in my mind, letting appropriations deal with it, and myself, people in my caucus are on appropriations. What's important to me, I converse with them about anyway, which I think is going to be more impactful than just a letter. So in my mind, that would be my preference, to let appropriations deal with it, and I'll talk to my appropriations people about what I feel is important.
Representative Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would support a letter. I think there's a lot that I want to talk to appropriations about my people on what I want them to prioritize, and sometimes things fall through the cracks. I think it does have its place when a committee can come together with a majority and say these are things that we support, as long as the nuances of how we're presenting it and like how this conversation is actually represented in the letter, as well as them that day understand that it in no way prioritizes that over the marshals. It's just, this is how we're weighing in. I think I'd be supportive of that.
Is that a motion or Senator Carney, did you wish to be recognized?
Yeah, but I was gonna say something else.
Okay. Is that a motion, Representative Henderson?
No.
Okay. Senator Carney?
This is a question for Janet. Janet, is one of our options taking care of our report back now and then following up on these matters that we don't vote in, but want to emphasize the importance of in a communication to the Appropriations Committee that could be completed next week? Because I know there's a big time crunch right now.
Certainly. I will point out, just to remind everybody, next week will be time crunch too. That's not to say we can't do it then, but it's really important we get a lot of the work done next week.
What did you trailed off there, Janet? We couldn't hear you.
It's my plug to remind you of the deadline is next Friday.
Yes.
For voting everything.
Yes. So would any member like to make a proposal? Representative Lee?
I propose that we write a letter, as we've discussed, that indicates that we approve this item and believe it should be absolutely funded, but we haven't placed it in the supplemental. So neither move it in nor out. Do I have to move it out?
No, it's not in.
It's not in.
It's not in, so.
And if you're trying to save us time, we don't mind writing it in the letter tonight. If you want to maybe think more comprehensively about budget recommendations, funding recommendations, I think putting it in a separate letter makes sense. So I think that kind of logic is, are we just talking about what's here before you today? We have time to put that in the memo. If you want to talk about lots of things, I would agree to wait.
Senator Carney?
I think that it's appropriate for the things that have specifically been raised that we comment in our report back.
Okay.
Appropriations. And thank you for pointing out that you would be able to do it.
So is there a second for Representative Lee's? Okay, Representative Sinclair. Senator Hagan?
I think upon rethinking this, I'm not going to be for a letter, but I do want those guys to get their money. So I don't want to, what do I do? I vote no, and then I say, but I still want them to get their money. How's the process work?
Like, my thinking is let appropriations deal with it. They have it
If you'd
in-
like to speak, you have to put on your
Oh,
mic.
sorry. My thought on it is it's in appropriations hands already. They're dealing with it. I don't want to put myself in a situation where I'm promoting it on a letter when I don't know, not having gone through everything yet, that it's a top priority, and I don't want to give a feeling of a top priority when I don't know for sure it is. It is a priority, of course, but there's a lot of things that may not be able to get funded too. So that's where I am on it.
Okay, well, we have a motion. Yes, Representative O'Halloran.
I think all of us and all of our committees have so much going on and people talking to us about so many different things that it tends to get lost. And in my mind, what they're dealing with is serious. We heard testimony from one of them who has been fired by his third counselor because they can't handle the information that he needs help with. And everybody else around him that touches on that stuff, whether, all the types of murders and everything else, all that stuff are getting this. There's no reason that they shouldn't be getting this. And in my mind, it is a priority and it is long overdue. And I personally don't feel like just talking to our appropriations person is enough. I do feel that we have a responsibility and an obligation to send a letter and recommend that this does happen. And I can understand where Representative Poirier's coming from, but not all of us have easy access. We're a busy committee, I have people in my caucus myself that sometimes I recognize for the first time that I haven't seen before because we're always in this room, so to me, that's not really a responsible answer. I strongly feel like we need to do a letter.
Okay, thank you, Representative Sato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just add that I think in the context of the public hearing that we heard on the supplemental budget, that of things that are in our jurisdiction, that our fellow colleagues on appropriations are also looking at the same pieces of testimony and initiatives that we're looking at right now. And so I think there is value in us sending feedback on everything that we heard and every amendment we heard. And I'm reading, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the letter that we're discussing currently is purely in response to what we heard in testimony from the public hearing, that we're not necessarily putting out a statement about our priorities of every judiciary related bill on the table. This is mainly purely about the public hearing. And so for that reason, I'll be supporting the letter, because I think it's important for them to hear from us on every single thing that we heard about at the public hearing.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion before we move to a vote? Yes, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am seeing that there's a couple of other initiatives here that have LDs attached to them. It seems like maybe some of them are ones that we've already heard. I haven't been able to suss out if there's others that we haven't. And I just want to ensure that this letter that we're sending is specifically about this issue and isn't going to have, like, as we go down through these initiatives, isn't going to have other things added to them, or if we'll do separate letters for those.
Janet?
So my understanding of the motion was, this is a report back memo on the supplemental budget and the items that you heard. And this would just be saying, this is our votes on the budget. There are certain new initiatives, like the one about the DA position, ADA position, that we're asking you to add to the budget. These are other things we've heard testimony about, all in the same letter. And we support them as a funding idea. We support the funding for them, but we're not telling you to put it in the budget right now. So I thought it was all going to be one letter, just about the things about the budget, but it doesn't have to be, but that's what I thought we were doing.
Yes.
And if we are to do just one letter, which seems to be the easiest way for them to manage, would it be possible as we go down through this for us to vote on each separate initiative and that can be reflected in the letter?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
for
thank
sure.
you.
So we're getting ready to vote on item B related to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And we'll have just a show of hands of those in favor of the motion. Is it three? Representative Crusoe, your hand was not up.
I said 10-2.
So let's see all opposed. Oh, it was up. Okay. So let's see who is opposed. Yeah. And so can we, okay, so
I had
10 to
10-2.
2. Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure everybody's clear on how their vote's being recorded.
And the 2 is just don't mention it. So we'll just say a majority.
Okay, item C, when you're ready.
So I don't know if it stayed in your binder or not, but it's not something you're unfamiliar with. Item C is about funding for the proposed reorganization of the probate courts so that the registries of probate stay in the counties and then the judges move from part-time elected judges, 1 per county, to full-time state judges appointed by the governor, confirmed by the legislature, but that would happen over a period of time. So that was LD 1766 with a majority committee amendment. You may still have it in your handout. That's the pink paper, if you still have it. But we looked at it last time. And so the Legal Services for Maine Elders requested in its testimony that you support including this bill and the funding for it in the supplemental budget.
Thank you, Janet. Any questions for Janet on this item? Any committee discussion? Senator Carney?
This is not a recommendation because I see both sides of the coin here. I think that we're at a point where we can't just keep putting all of our bills into the supplemental budget. Also, this has a more significant fiscal note and is a very much a long-term project. And while I do agree that this is very much a top priority, my suggestion, actually, now I'm making up my mind, my suggestion would be that we include it in the letter as something that we support, but we're not adding it as an initiative to the budget. And I say that with a lot of apologies to all who will be impacted by that.
Any reaction to that, committee members? For me, that feels consistent with the way that we just handled the last item. Representative Sato?
Thank you. I would definitely agree with not adding it as a separate initiative, especially because, and I will say that the major difference between, I think, the rest of the bills or LDs that we're seeing, that we heard from about the public hearing versus the special retirement plan is that that was a labor bill. So we actually did not provide any on the record input until just now on that legislation. But all the bills going forward, we've all voted on and are on the record for. And so I think it would make sense to not put it into the add to the supplemental because we already provided that input to AFA on how we as a committee feel about that. I don't know how that would work in the letter, but I'd be supportive of uplifting, again, responding to what we heard from public testimony for people who felt strongly to be able to come out and speak on specific issues.
And so you're supportive of including it in a letter? Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? I don't, Ellie? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Well, yes, I guess we do. We're not moving it in, but we would have a vote to include it in a letter.
I move to include it in the letter.
Is there a second? Representative Pugh? All right, Senator Hagan, now we have one.
All right, so the motion is to just add that to the letter,
Correct,
Okay.
not move it into the budget.
right?
Any final comments before we move to a vote? Okay, not seeing any. All in favor, please raise your hand. So I have 7-5, so a majority voted in support.
Okay, the next item is item D, and so we also had some additional information related to that. So item D is a request by the Justice Action Group and Maine Civil Legal Services providers in their testimony that the baseline budget for the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund be increased by 3 million per fiscal year from 1.3 million, which is the current baseline, to 4.3 million. So to help give you some context for this, and these are the attachments that are attachment D. You had a bill before you, LD 1022, which would require a two-step increase in appropriations to the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund, so that beginning in January 2026, July 1st, 2026, no less than 9.5 million be appropriated annually. And a majority of the committee did vote in favor of that bill. And so you can see how you voted if you look at the attachment. That's attachment for proposed amendment D. In the meantime, and that bill is currently on the appropriations table. In the meantime, in the budget enacted last year, it included within Part A one-time funding of $3 million to the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund in this year of the fiscal year of the biennial budget only. And so I believe what the Justice Action Group is asking is that instead of just doing one-time funding in this fiscal year only, you ask that the budget be amended so that the 3 million also be added for the next fiscal year of the biennium, and that be written as ongoing funding so that it would stay moving forward, if I'm interpreting that correctly.
Any questions for Janet on that item, Representative Lee?
I'm trying to distinguish between 1022 and what the ask is,
So 1022 is a higher amount of an ask.
but it's
And-
one time or?
No, it was doing a couple of steps up over time so that eventually, instead of a 1.3 million baseline, there would be a 9.5 million baseline, and that's to get closer to the targeted number of attorneys per 10,000 people in Maine. Based on a national rubric of what's the best thing for civil legal aid. I'm forgetting what it's called though, so hopefully somebody else does remember. But so LD 1022 did more. What I understood the request at the supplemental budget hearing was last year's budget gave an additional $3 million over the baseline for 1 year only. And I believe the request was add that for the second year of the biennium too, but make it ongoing so that the amount of funding available to providers now does not decrease starting July 1st so that they have to serve less people than they can currently in this fiscal year. And if I am misconstruing that, there are people who actually know behind me.
Senator Carney?
Yeah, I would just like to note for the committee that I think that this is more like proposal A than it is B and C. The reason that we moved forward with proposal A was because the positions were going to go away if we didn't fund them. And similarly, with regard to initiative D, the funding at $3 million per fiscal year is, of course, vitally important to civil legal services. But the problem is that they can't rely on that. And so when it comes time for hiring, they're not necessarily hiring someone for more than just 1 year. And it's hard to retain people who are going to dig in and really get to know the job and the clientele and have that job security. And they do have offices all over the state. And I think it would be really helpful to include this as an initiative in the budget, the 3 million plus making that baseline, including that in the baseline, so that it's not every year a question of will they or will they not have the funding to continue their current staff.
Is that a motion you'd like to?
Yes, that
put
is
on
a
the table?
motion.
So it's $3 million increase in baseline.
$3 million increase in baseline.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? Representative Lee? Is there any further discussion? I know I'll be voting in support of that motion because we've seen when we build up systems and then we don't maintain them, they just fall back apart again. And the last time with the one-time funding was really critical in bridging a gap and allowing them to hire and build up the infrastructure they need. And we don't want to lose that progress. So I'll be supporting that. Are there any other comments? Okay, all those in favor? All set? So a majority voted in support.
So can we just make sure we do the against, just make sure we got the right people
Sorry, so hands again, those in,
for against?
oh, against. There were 4 votes in opposition, I think. Yeah.
Equal opportunity hand raising.
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
The next item is proposed amendment E. Okay. So we had testimony at our portion of the public hearing on the supplemental budget about raising the salary floor for sexual assault victim advocates. And I am sure that people from MICASA can explain this better than me, but I will at least give you the start explanation. So Last year in the biennial budget, so you have a whole packet of additions. You have testimony from Senator Duson. And the reason you have testimony from Senator Duson in your packet is that Senator Duson testified in favor of this same idea and in the HHS portion of the supplemental budget hearing. And then we had different testimony from different sexual assault victims advocacy centers in your portion of the supplemental budget hearing. So I wanted you to see her testimony as well. Attached to that, you will see there's a flyer she attached to her testimony. Then you'll see there was LD 1139, and I'm showing you this because this shows you, if you keep turning the pages, this was a bill that came to this committee. And this shows you that the ask originally at the beginning of this legislature, so last year, was that there was a $6 million per year in anticipated shortfall in VOCA funds. And so originally that was the ask, $6 million per year going forward to cover the anticipated shortfall in federal VOCA funds. And this was supported unanimously. I do not know why I wrote DHHS because it was you all. So just pretend that it says judiciary there. Then there was the the biennial budget, which is LD 210. And in the biennial budget on page 143, which is the back, so it's E14 in your packet, there were two separate initiatives that were enacted that involved replacing missing VOCA money. So I'll wait till you're all on that page. So remember, the original ask was $6 million ongoing forever. In the enacted biennial budget.
Yes, sorry, Representative Henderson.
I think we're doing the same thing and trying to, we could be directed towards the document we're on. I think I'm just missing it.
Yeah, so it starts off, this was all handed out last time as additional information. It should have been paper clipped to your purple paper I had you throw away and replace with this one. And this starts off with Senator Duson testimony. It says proposed amendment E at the top.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so I'll just go through it again once everybody has it out because I've lost some people and I'm sorry about that. So the first is the testimony Senator Duson gave. That's it right there. Sorry. I don't know. So it's proposed amendment E at the top. And so this was Senator Duson's testimony in favor of the exact same thing, but during a different part of the supplemental budget here. So then we get to 1139, which is the summary page printed off the internet about 1139. This is a bill that came here and you voted in favor of it, and it's currently on the special appropriations table. The reason I included it was just to remind you that the original anticipated shortfall in VOCA funding was $6 million per year going forward. So you voted in favor of that, the $6 million per year going forward. As you can see, E12 is the fiscal note that was incorporated in the unanimous amendment. Then, so that made its way to the special appropriations table where it sits this day. In the meantime, the biennial budget was enacted, and that is LD 210. And we did not print all the way up to page 143. We just skipped to 143. So the trees, thank you, or me and Eli. And so on page 143 of the enacted biennial budget, there were two sets of money about the VOCA shortfall, anticipated shortfall. The first was $3 million in ongoing funding per year. So right now, the baseline biennial budget is up by $3 million per year for this anticipated shortfall. That's only half of the amount that was asked for, but that is an ongoing thing. The other thing it did is one time for each year of the biennium, an additional $3 million, but that will go away when the biennium is over. So that's where we were then. Shortly after that, this was the bill that went to the HHS committee on page 815 of your packet. Knowing that that biennial budget had been enacted with 3 million ongoing per year and then 3 million just in each of the 2 fiscal years of the biennium, HHS committee had a bill, ended up being enacted by the legislature, which said if there's any unused balances in those 3 million one-time funding pieces, that money could be used by a statewide coalition of domestic violence resource centers and by a statewide coalition of sexual assault support centers to support community-based services. And this is the money, my understanding, that was used to increase the salary of the sexual assault support counselors, victim support counselors. Does that make sense? So I think what the request is, and again, we have the actual people in the room, is this kind of available funding to continue beyond just this biennium because they want to keep those salaries higher to prevent attrition in a very difficult job, I think is a good characterization of the testimony you had at the hearing. I will defer questions to people who know more.
Let's just see if there are any questions for you. So you're characterizing the ask as 3 million into ongoing. Correct.
Yes, but I don't think they want it to be called VOCA funding because they want to make it clear that it's for these salaries. And the only people we had testimony from on this item was Mikasa and its affiliates. We do not have testimony from Maine Coalition and Domestic Violence and its affiliates because they are pursuing a different avenue of funding. And they didn't come and testify, so we didn't put all that in here. We did check with them. They pursued a different avenue of funding in a different bill, and that's moving forward independently. So I think if you just want to consider the sexual assault support services, it won't have to be the full 3 million. I think it's closer to 2 million, but she can give you that number.
Okay. Are there any questions for Janet? All right. Elizabeth Ward-Saxel, can you join us, please?
Elizabeth Ward-Saxel, Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault. This is undoubtedly the most convoluted one you will have all day and maybe all year. I think everything, as usual, that Janet said is exactly correct. I would make one amendment, which is that our request is to first fill any additional hole in VOCA before the money then goes on to address the salary issue. This is tricky for a bunch of reasons, obviously, because you all didn't hear the salary issue here. I think you heard it during the supplemental budget hearing, but it went through HHS. And I will say it got a unanimous vote in HHS for the full ongoing amount. What we ended up with was the one time as a result of using this sort of last minute, if all that money isn't needed, then it gets divided in half. And so that's how we ended up funding our salary bill. So we are looking for 2 million in the baseline because MCDV is moving forward with their other piece. And that would include both the backfill for VOCA first. And again, we're in the same place we were last time, which is that we don't have the federal appropriation yet on VOCA. And last time, I think it came in like August. I mean, it was after you all left. So we don't know what that number is, but when we were given the opportunity in the middle of the night to do this amendment, they said, do you want your salary bill or do you want VOCA backfill? And we said, we want the whole group kept whole first before we moved to the salary piece. And fortunately, there was enough money to do not all of what our request was, but to raise salaries. So we're looking for not the current 3 that's in the supplemental, but 2 into the baseline.
All right.
I'll make it worse or better.
Questions? Senator Carney.
So what happens to the other 1 million that's currently in the supplemental budget?
It's not in the supplemental right now. This is an addition. I think that was just a mistake.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's in the biennial budget. And so the biennial budget, I think, would continue in in the same frame it is, which is the division of those two pieces of anything left over between the two coalitions. And again, that's the way that this next year, we're going to keep those salaries going. But last time we didn't pass the ongoing piece, we lost 60% of our staff right after the legislature closed because they were holding on for this salary increase. Right now, we're at a turnover of under 20% because these salaries have been stabilized, but we're like, we're how many weeks away from that same situation? So we're trying to give them assurance that beyond this budget, it will continue. Wait, did that answer your question? I now forgot what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yes, maybe this helps. So
What a mess.
as of now, the biennial budget covers the 3 million ongoing to the baseline, and
Yes.
then for one time, just this biennium, additional 3 million unused funds can be used for salaries. So I think the request is after the biennium is over, 2 million for salaries
In the baseline.
in the baseline.
And any additional VOCA backfill that needs to be done when the money comes down from the feds, with that being the first priority.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Not as convoluted maybe as it felt, so we'd understand. So your priority within the organization is to ensure that the backfill from VOCA is done first.
Yes.
And then salaries. Janet, there'd be no need for us to write that into language, or would that be more of like a policy decision?
So you have, again, a couple options. You could just talk about supporting the idea generally. You could say you want to add funding to the supplemental budget. It does seem odd to me because the money is there now. This is about funding in the out years that aren't part of the supplemental budget right now. So I don't know how that works. That makes sense? We could talk to OMPR and figure out what to say. That's not a problem, but this biennium is covered to the degree that the ask is. So it's just more support for in the future.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
So go ahead with your follow-up.
Is it uncommon to ask for ongoing funds in a supplemental budget, or did I misinterpret what you said?
No, it's not uncommon to ask for ongoing funds in a supplemental budget. The problem is the supplemental budget before you is for fiscal year 25-26 and fiscal year 26-27. What the money being requested is already here for those 2 years. So the request is that was only one time during those 2 years. It's one time, but 2 years. And they want it to be part of the baseline, so they don't have to keep coming back everybody and ask for it again. So I don't know if that means, it might be something as simple as amending the laws that were enacted to get rid of the words one time and say ongoing. We could write it that way and then AFA can figure out what that means.
It's not dissimilar to what's been done in the supplemental budget with regard to the teacher salaries proposed by the governor, which are not effective in this biennium, but are moved up in that proposal to 50,000 in the out years. It's different because we already have the money in hand, and actually we're looking for less money in the next biennium, which is sounds bad saying it out loud that way, actually, to me.
Are there further questions, Representative Lee?
I don't want to complicate this further, but how does 1139 fit into this puzzle? If 1139 were to be fully funded, my understanding is that that essentially makes the 3 million that's one time ongoing.
Yes, that's correct, but it would not, it does not include the amendment that we did via 117, which is Senator Duson and Representative Carlo's bill to address the advocate salaries. So that would have to, and that wasn't heard in here when you heard,
That could be explained in the letter, I think.
Yeah.
Representative Lee.
Well,
yeah.
I'm seeing the concern is that you couldn't use it for the purpose that you want to.
And we
use it.
have no vehicle left now to do this. So this is like the only way on. And if it helps you, appropriations is very aware of what this thing is. So you do not need to explain it to them. But so really the question is, would you be willing to support the ongoing raising of salaries from lows in the 30s to a floor of 45 for sexual assault advocates to maintain that workforce.
Representative Caruso?
Thank you. Thank you for making it clear as much. Good. No, it's good. So this would cover all, this is Mikasa, domestic violence. This is family violence project.
Nope. This would be the sexual assault, so not my agency. It would be staff of the sexual assault support centers. So for Kennebec County, that's Sexual Assault Crisis and Support Center out of Winthrop, and Maine's Children's Advocacy Centers across the state. And it does not include the executive directors or associate directors of those agencies. So it's the salary increases are only for, I'm going to call them line staff, and that's not really the right term, but the advocates who are in and out of the hospital and answering, well, actually directors do that too. It's a bad example. I should start sleeping more.
Can I answer your question, Representative?
So that's
I do remember what your question was though. So I'm doing
Yeah,
better.
LD 11, no, it's not 1139.
117 was the original vehicle for it.
But this says must be dispersed in equal amounts to
Right.
MCEDB and.
Right, so I can explain that a little bit better. So I reached out, we only had testimony from the sexual assault counseling folks. We didn't have testimony from MCEDB. So when I spoke to the HHS analyst and we tried to figure out this request together, because it came in both, we traced this out and we realized it was LD 117 and that also gave money to MCEDB. So we reached out to MCEDB and said, okay, are you asking for this too? And they aren't against this, but they have a different bill seeking a different amount of funding. And that is something that was before the HHS committee. It was sponsored by the House chair of the HHS committee. So the HHS committee talked about it in their supplemental budget work session and they supported that and this ask.
And that one got a unanimous report too out of HHS, the domestic violence funding bill.
But we weren't asked about it. I asked, do you want us to talk about it too? And they said that's probably adding even more confusion. So we didn't come testify. Let's just focus on this ask and we'll deal with our other ask through the other committee, which they did.
So it's child advocacy centers
And the sexual assault support centers.
and the sexual assault, which is not family violence.
It is not. No, they're the ones that are in the other bill that went through HHS.
It's LD 875 if you care, but I just didn't want to add complication.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah, yeah.
trying to see who's getting covered.
Right,
Yes,
yes.
so this request is only about the sexual assault victim advocates
And the children's advocacy.
and
Center.
children's advocacy center. Yeah.
Right.
DV is a different bill.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Any further questions? Any committee discussion? Thank you. I'll just offer, for me, this is similar to what we talked about with legal services, where it's like stabilizing an existing system, not necessarily an expansion, but just keeping everything stable and sustained so that we don't lose progress that's been made. Representative Henderson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I would have to agree. And, these are people that go in and kind of see the worst of the worst and see people at not just their most vulnerable, but they in some ways experience the trauma with them in those moments. And at this point, we've written these advocates well within our state laws. So we rely on them to provide these services. And in some ways, we're obligated that we provide these services to these women. So to keep from Mikasa coming back to us at the beginning of next year or every year with hat in hand on bended knee, asking us to help continue to fund them, I would make a motion to move the $2 million into the baseline.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Pugh? Any other committee discussion? All right, it looks like we're ready for a vote. All those in favor? And all those opposed, equal opportunity. There we go. All right, thank you. And that gets us through E.
Sorry, this was a request from Representative Fredette during the budget hearing that LD 1997 be supported for being exempted from the table so that there could be funding to improve or build the facility, the court facility in Newport. The representative from the judicial branch isn't still here, but you do have proposed, oh, there she is. She's moved her chair. You do have a packet on proposed amendment F. So this is LD 1997, which went through this committee. You can see the bill is on page F4, the actual language of the bill. So what this bill did was it took an existing statute allowing the judicial branch to issue bonds in up to $205 million for certain court facilities. And it added the ability within that same bond amount to include construction or renovation or improving facilities in Cumberland, Franklin, Penobscot, and Saginaw counties. And since Newport's in Penobscot, that would be covered. There's a little confusion about whether this would end up on the table because it doesn't really have, it does have a fiscal note, but it doesn't add more money. So I don't know if you need to get it exempted from the table, but you can certainly support that it not go to the table, or that if it does have to go to the table, it would be exempted to allow this to happen as Representative Fredette requested. He also said that if that didn't happen, he has a proposed amendment, but he didn't distribute it. So I believe that would be something the AFA committee would consider more directly, but you could support the idea of making sure there is the availability of a courthouse in Newport. And you may or may not recall that he mentioned that the statute that we have requires it. So you're familiar with the statutes because we've amended them about where courthouses are supposed to be. And it does say that there should be a courthouse in Newport for the district court, just so that you know that's right in Maine law.
Right, other questions for Janet? Senator Carney?
For Barbara Cardone.
Okay, Barbara Cardone, could you join us, please? Senator Carney?
Thank you. Thank you. Barbara Cardone, Director of Legal Affairs and Public Relations for the Maine Judicial Branch. Addressing the courthouse in Newport, I
have a question for you, which is how time sensitive is the access to this money? And do we speed it along by including the language in the supplemental budget? Or is it more advantageous to, for example, leave it as a freestanding bill and add an emergency enactor?
I'm just trying to order my thoughts here. First of all, LD 1997 has a zero fiscal note on it. So I believe it does not end up on the appropriations table, although I'll leave that to your shepherdizing, Senator Carney. I think it's already gone through, or if it hasn't been signed yet, it should be signed soon and be on the governor's desk. So there's no reason to include the language of LD 1997 in the supplemental budget. As Amy Quinlan testified, we think we have enough money in that original bond to cover some additional things in additional counties, including Newport. And that would be to build a courthouse in Newport. And that's what she said in her testimony. We think we do. Now, we can't be certain because there's so much that changes beyond our control as to what prices are, what interest rates are. I mean, we just learned that the breakout of the fighting in Iran is going to raise costs for our current courthouses. I mean, that's how far removed our own actions are for this. So we think that we can cover it. However, if this committee wants to be certain what you could do, and Representative Fredette did draft some language. I know he gave Amy Quinlan a copy. I don't think he gave me a copy. You didn't get it? Okay. He did draft some proposed language that I believe was wholly adequate, that you could include as language in the supplemental budget. And that would ensure that there was money for a Newport courthouse. If in fact we didn't have enough money from the bond as modified, the language then is modified by LD 1997. Now, the beauty of that is just including the language isn't going to cost anything. It's not going to change any of the numbers on our budget. All the language would do is change the bonding authority. However, if in fact we did draw on the bond at some later date, then there would be a cost, and that would be in the debt service. And as you saw with the adjustments of the debt service for this last bond, that's going to vary, again, as to what we draw on the bond, what the interest rate is. If we never draw on the additional $4 million, would you say $4 million, I think? We never draw on that additional $4 million, then there's never any cost to it. So it's up to this committee. I guess I don't, well, I was going to say I don't really see a downside, but I guess the downside is if we decide to spend it later, you've given us the authority to spend it. And the debt service would then be part of the debt that the state incurs and would have to be paid.
Janet?
So we printed out this additional information for you on March 2nd. On March 3rd, it was placed on the appropriations table. So that is where LD 1997
Oh, it is
now.
Okay.
And we have never been given, unless you all were represented for that proposed amendment. He did say orally that he had one. I do remember.
Yeah,
Okay.
He was passing out copies. I didn't get one. I looked earlier, but I believe I saw Amy Quinlan's version, and I think the language was fine. I don't know why it's on the appropriations table. Senator Carney, I'll leave that to you to investigate.
I think the appropriations table is the entity that has the authority to accept things from the appropriations table. So they want to, I think, look at things before making that decision. It's my educated guess.
But we would have no objection to it be exempted from the appropriations table and moved on to the governor.
So committee members, is this like one of the earlier bills that we saw that is on the appropriations table and we just let them proceed with their practice representatively?
Struggling evaluating an amendment that I'm not looking at.
Yeah. Senator Carney?
So if it's on the appropriations table, it would come back for final enactment. And we would have time to see Representative Fredette's language and could potentially amend it. All of them would have to go back and forth again between the bodies. So I don't know. I don't know what the best path forward is. Senator Hagan, do you have an opinion?
Yeah, I was just of the mindset. It's there. Ken's there. He has something, and I say good enough. for me.
He'll be on.
Yes.
I think that's where I'm like maybe leaning into this is more like B and C. Because it feels like what's being asked for is not necessarily a different supplemental budget item, but an amendment to 1997. Or unless I'm missing something.
So I think what you were asked during the hearing was to support exempting it from the table. He also mentioned that if that didn't work, he had an amendment. Maybe the amendment amends 1997, I'm not sure. But I think the original ask during the hearing was to support exempting it from the table, which you could weigh in on, but you don't have to.
Senator Carney?
I think we could advocate with our members of each of our bodies who are on appropriations to accomplish this rather than wrapping it into the supplemental budget. I think the direct communication on a particular bill is probably the most effective way to do that. And so I guess
There would just be no motion.
there would just be no motion. Thank you.
Representative Henderson?
Two things. One question is, where is this currently? Did I miss that part of the conversation? Because I'm seeing it supported unanimously by the Judiciary Committee, enacted in the House. Is it still pending in the Senate?
So Eli checked that while you were talking and it just went to the special appropriations table in the Senate on Tuesday. We just had printed this out on Monday.
Okay. And the second, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
The second thing is, I think this actually is similar to the other things that we added in the letter. And just that this is a bill that we have heard, that we have voted on. Unlike these other two items, it is something that we had unanimous support on. So I don't know if I see a harm. I don't know how comfortable I am with exempting it from the appropriations table simply because I'm not familiar with that process, but I don't really see the harm in adding it to the letter. I guess I would just kind of put that out to the committee on their thoughts.
Senator Carney?
I'm fine either way. I probably would also speak to my colleagues on appropriations just to reemphasize it, but I think either approach is good.
Representative O'Halloran?
I'm not necessarily opposed, but Representative Fredette is on the Appropriations Committee. And I know we heard lengthy testimony from him, even in the Budgetary Committee, on all of the importance of the courthouse. So I personally have no doubt that he is going to represent this very well. But I see it differently because Mr. Fredette is on the Appropriations Committee.
All right, would anyone like to make a motion? Yeah. Representative Henderson?
I would move it into the letter, maybe with not super strong language. I mean, strong language, but not as strong as the other items that we indicated, like the medical examiner ones. Like a little milk toast, a little 75%. Committed, but not fully committed.
Is there a second for that motion? Yes, Representative Sinclair. All right, then we'll have a show of hands. All those in favor?
Is anyone opposed?
Senator Hagan, what was your vote?
Don't see a need for a letter. I think they're very capable down there.
Okay, great.
We approved it and all that.
Thank you. All right, committee members, we have 3 items left and then we're going to have an exciting interlude. I'll just leave that to your imagination. We're just gonna have an interlude. So,
It's a band.
It's not a surprise. You already told me.
told you, but I don't think Danny knows.
Okay.
Okay. So that gets us to item G.
So item G was mentioned by Senator Carney last time, so she wanted to propose an amendment for the committee to consider that would amend the recently effective initiated bill red flag law to establish a process for petitioners to seek emergency extreme risk protection orders on a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week basis, even during the times when the district courts are closed for business. And she has prepared a proposed amendment for you to consider that would make that happen. And either she can go through it or she can ask us to go through it, either way.
Jenna, could you please go through it for us? For me?
Certainly. So as you'll see, this would propose a new language part to the supplemental budget. It would not be XXX because we're already like up to I. So I'm sure it's gonna have a different number. I don't know what it would be. But this would amend, if you look, it says it's amending 25 MRSA section 2243 and section 2245 as enacted by the initiated bill. So the initiated bill that went to the voters became law. What it would do, the meat of the amendment is in section X2, which is amending 2245. But you'll see in 2243, just the first provision, it's saying that there's going to be some rules about who can hear and make some decisions that are in 2245 that deviate from the general rule that the court, which is defined for purposes of this law as the district court, has jurisdiction over the proceedings, and the venue is in the judicial division where either the respondent resides, that's the person whose rights might be restricted, or where the underlying events occurred. So that's the general rule. There are slight deviations, and that's what we're going to talk about in section X2. So 2245 of Title 25 is the provision of the red flag law that involves emergency orders, so seeking emergency order. And if you remember, the key or a key difference, not the only one, but a key difference between this law and the yellow flag law is that a petition may be brought either by law enforcement or by a family or household member. So if we move to what would be new subsection 1A of this emergency extreme risk protection order statute, it's going to set out how you get relief after hours. Yes.
Yes.
What is, you explained what the definition of the court was, but you didn't define a judicial officer.
Yes, it's at the bottom, but so there's going to be a new definition. It's on the last page of judicial officer that would include a justice of the superior court, a district judge, district court judge, or a justice of the peace. And the reason that term is going to be newly defined for purposes only of the emergency requests is that the proposal from Senator Carney is to allow other folks, including the superior court judge, which is actually already provided in current law for emergency orders, but also justices of the peace to sign these orders on an emergency basis only. All of the final hearings and final everything else will still be in district court. This is only about getting that emergency order. Who can sign that emergency order? So for that purpose only, it could be one of those three folks. And that is how the yellow flag law is currently, that you can get it from a justice of the peace. I believe that's where she got the idea from, but you can ask her, of course. So in subsection 1A, paragraph A, it would provide that a petitioner, which remember, it could be law enforcement or it could be a family or household member, if they ask for this emergency order when the courthouse of the district court that has venue is open, then they have to bring their request to the courthouse. If there's no judge available at that location, then the clerk of the court could transmit the petition including using electronic means to another district court judge or superior court justice. That is already provided for in current statute. It's just going to be spelled out here so that everything about these directions is in one place. And then the justice or judge would then make a decision either to approve or deny that emergency request and transmit it back to the court clerk, who would then have the decision, and that electronically transmitted decision would have the same legal effect as if it was signed in person right there at the courthouse. So that's if it's during open hours, and that is current law. It's just being spelled out here so that you can contrast it with D and C. So in paragraph B, if the courthouse is closed, but the petitioner is a law enforcement officer or law enforcement agency, they would then present the petition to any judicial officer. That could be a district court judge, a superior court justice, or a justice of the peace. And this would be similar to after hours requests for search warrants, arrest warrants, or yellow flag orders that law enforcement can request. And that judicial officer would promptly make a decision and give that answer to the law enforcement petitioner, and then transmit their decision to the court clerk so that when the courthouse opens, either the next morning or the next Monday, the next business day, the court clerk would have it, and that electronically transmitted decision would have the same legal effect as one that was signed in paper and you physically had the copy of. But if you are after hours and you're a family or household member, the proposal is not to have those folks track down district court judges or justices of the peace or superior court justices at their homes. Instead, they would bring their emergency request to law enforcement. Law enforcement would then be obligated to go, just like they would if it was their own petition, and get a judicial officer, again, that includes justice of the peace, to review the petition and the emergency request, decide whether to grant it. They'd give it back to law enforcement and send it to the court clerk. And then the petitioner would get that copy, would know whether the petition was granted or denied, and all of the regular proceedings about how you serve these orders would apply. But it would just give an opportunity for family household members to get that emergency order without them going to the judge's house. But the way that the red flag law was written as the initiated measure, it required the actual order that is issued to state the date and time of the hearing on it. And if the courthouse is closed, it's not going to be possible to know what the date and time of the hearing is. So this proposal borrows the way that the yellow flag law is written. And it says that if you are getting the petition signed while the court is open, the court clerk should put the date and time of the hearing on there in the location so everybody knows and it's served. If the courthouse is closed, when the emergency request is granted or denied, then the order will tell you that you have a right to a hearing within 14 days. And then the court clerk is directed to notify the petitioner and the respondent immediately when they get back into work the next business day of what the date and time and place of the hearing is. It also has language in here clarifying that the order remains in effect until the judge makes an ultimate decision. That is current law, but the language that was required to be on the order was a bit misleading on that point. So that's been clarified up a little bit as well in this proposed amendment. And then the last subsection, other than the definition, which we already talked about, again, requires the court clerk to enter the time and place of the hearing on the order if it's granted during business hours, or to promptly provide that notice as soon as possible when the court opens up if the emergency request was granted or denied after hours.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Janet? Representative Poirier?
Thank you. I think it's more for Chair Carney than for Janet, but this seems pretty substantive to me. Is there a reason why we're getting it with a supplemental and not as a bill?
Yes, and I agree. When I first looked at it, I was like, wow, this looks like a lot, but it's actually not. It makes one change, which is to give a family or household member a way to pursue red flag order after hours. And so it's a lot of words, but it's actually following the same process that, for example, would be followed in the yellow flag procedure. So it's something that the law enforcement officers and courts are already familiar with. And it, by utilizing that exact same process, it makes it a very cost-effective, easier to implement process. So it looks like a lot of words, and I originally was concerned about that. I thought about it a lot and read through it and thought about it some more this morning. And I don't think it's a big change, even though I agree with you. It looks like one.
Yes, I just want to go on the record stating, I think my feelings in this committee about red flag are very clear. If we're putting anything regarding red flag in the letter, I want to be boldly excluded from the letter. I want it known. I want no part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hagan?
It seems like this would be kind of redundant at this stage, because if you're in crisis, we do have yellow papering, we have blue, we have laws that people can get help. So I don't quite grasp this. I heard your explanation, but I guess I would disagree with it. I don't think we need this. It seems more like a bill.
Representative Crusoe?
I agree. As we were reading this, I feel like I need to hear from the experts in the field, law enforcement and judiciary. I just don't feel comfortable with this change. And so I was, as Janet was reading it, I was really shocked that we were getting this now and can't get feedback from the people that are actually going to be involved in this process.
Yes, Senator Carney.
I did provide this early this morning to the judicial branch, and I know that Barbara Cardone is here. I think it would be helpful for the committee to hear from her.
Okay. Barbara Cardone, can you join us?
Hello again, Barbara Cardone, Director of Legal Affairs and Public Relations for the Maine Judicial Branch. Senator Carney, I appreciate that you did put a lot of thought in this, but on behalf of the judicial branch, I do want to make a couple of points. First, and I think this goes to Senator Hagan's comment, a person who believes that they or someone else is in danger because someone possesses firearms and it's the courts are closed either a weekend or an evening is not without resources to address that decision. As Senator Hagan mentioned, there's the yellow flag law. There's also the blue papers, the involuntary commitment. And the third thing would be if that person is in violation of a law, like criminal threatening or something else, there's actually an arrest and a bail condition that could be put on if that person makes bail, that they not have weapons. And all of those things can be done under the current statutory scheme. And it wouldn't then prevent somebody when the court opens up on Monday morning or whenever to bring a red flag order, if we want to call it that, under this current statute. I think this would be a different situation if those other remedies didn't exist, but they do. And for instance, we don't have after hours programs or procedures for protection orders. We tell somebody if they need a protection order, go get an order when the court opens up, because we don't have an expansive procedure. It may be that this committee thinks that it should have an ex parte provision to this, to add to this, like Senator Carney has presented, or something different. But we would request that if you do that, that it be done as Representative Poirier has suggested, that it be done in a separate bill, perhaps brought next session. This really is a substantial expansion of what goes on under this red flag statute and the money that we've asked for in order to fund the red flag statute. First of all, if you look at I'm calling it the red flag statute, but it's title, if you look at Title 25, Section 2245, the emergency extreme risk protection orders, those are the yellow, no, excuse me, those are the red flag orders. Any order issued under this emergency section has to include in writing a statement of the grounds for the issuance of the order, the name, address of the court where any findings may be made, the date and time, although this covers that, description of the requirements for relinquishing, a statement in substantially the following form. I don't know if any of you have any experience with justices of the peace. I was one for about 15 years. And I can tell you that most of what is brought to a justice of the peace is in a form that they can address in about 3 minutes. I mean, we usually answer the door if it's a weekend covered in mud because we've been working out in our garden, or in our pajamas if it's, if it's after hours. So we're usually standing at the door trying to fill out a form and gather what's happening. I don't see a justice of the peace going in and writing out an order. I also don't see a justice of the peace wanting to go write out an order at 9 o'clock at night or 3 a.m. or Saturday afternoon, or when their kid is supposed to go to a soccer game, whatever. But this is a substantial expansion of what justices of the peace are expected to do. And I don't know the answer to this yet, because I just haven't had time to talk to people in the judicial branch, but if we were able to reduce this paragraph as to what an order has to contain to a form, and it's going to be a fairly long form because you got to include all the options, so they have to check the right boxes. That's going to take some work, and it's going to take some programming to do. And so I am concerned that there's a lot more work here, and there would be a fiscal note to go along with this proposed language. It would not be just language. I'm also concerned, and the judicial department wouldn't have this, but I think that if Department of Public Safety were to take a look at this, and the various police forces were to take a look at this, they're going to say, we would need extra funds to cover the extra work that our police officers may have. Now, I have no idea what those funds might be, but they haven't even had the opportunity to be heard on this right now. And finally, I am, again, on behalf of the judicial branch, we are very concerned that trying to deal with this language and getting a fiscal note on the language to include in the budget and adding to our budget is really going to detract from the priorities that we've already put in this budget. The budget, the positions we need, the extra funds we need, what Amy Quinlan has explained to you. So although I understand what Senator Carney is trying to do here, and it may even be appropriate to expand this statute, I would ask that the committee not do it as part of the supplemental budget and think of it in an appropriate separate bill at another time where it can get a full public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there are any questions. Representative O'Halloran.
Thank you for pointing that out. My question is, if we don't do this, but because this was a public initiative, it wasn't anything we voted on, are we going to be ensured that people are going to be protected the way they intended when they pass this law?
I'm sorry, ensured that we're going to be protected if what?
Are they going to be ensured that they're going to have the protections that they think they have when they pass this law?
Well, Again, I don't know exactly what people were thinking when they walked into the ballot box and filled out their ballot, but I don't see in the order, in the statute as it was put together by the Secretary of State's office, the revisor of statutes after it was voted on, I don't see anything about extraordinary after hours provisions in that statute. We in the judicial branch certainly weren't asked to provide information, provide fiscal information for running this after hours. Had we been asked to do that, we would have done so. So I guess I'm not really sure what people were or were not expecting. I do believe, regardless of what people were expecting, that they are protected by the other laws, the other procedures that I just went over, all of which involve the police. And here they would have to go to the police anyway. So all of which would involve going to the police and getting their, having the police look at their situation and take the appropriate action.
Okay, thank you. Representative Sinclair.
I kind of had a follow-up.
Oh, sorry, Representative Halloran has a follow-up.
So my understanding, and I'm not real familiar with the red flag law because again, we didn't handle that in this committee. But does it meet all of the pieces of what the red flag law says about not requiring some of the things that are required in the yellow flag law? Are they going to get those protections that the public voted for in this, if we're handling it the way you're saying?
Janet, would you like to respond to that?
So the amendment, all it does is talk about when you can present your petition. It doesn't change any of the requirements that have to be found for the petition to be granted or the analysis that a judicial officer has to do if they're going to deny the petition and all of the other procedural steps. The only thing it changes is what happens if the court's closed. Under current law, you wait until the court's open or pursue one of the other options that Senator Hagan mentioned. This just talks about a possible process for after hours. Same standards. The only maybe slight difference also from current law is that a justice of the peace could make that determination after hours, which in current law, because there isn't an after hours, there's no justice of the peace involved.
Representative Sinclair.
Madam Chair, I think there's a really good chance that a majority of the committee may not be interested in addressing this proposed amendment, at least at this time. And I wonder if, out of respect for those folks who are here on different matters, perhaps we could take a straw poll, a straw vote, just to see if this isn't something we're going to do tonight anyway. Maybe we could save them some time.
Yeah, let's just see. We haven't heard from several committee members. Does anybody want to weigh in before we do that? Representative Lee.
Just want to make sure I understand, because the thing that sort of struck out at me was this is asking a justice of the peace to do stuff that they don't do, as Ms. Cardone said. Under the yellow flag, the justice of the peace has a role, but that role is basically probable cause.
To issuing a protective custody warrant, for probable cause. If the police haven't already taken somebody into custody under the yellow flag law, they need a warrant to do it, the justice of the peace can issue a probable cause warrant. That's more like issuing an arrest warrant than this more expansive role that they would have to take in this red flag.
Here, they'd ostensibly be adjudicating whether or not the person is sufficiently dangerous to warrant the order.
Yeah, it's got to be, I think it's good cause. I mean, probable cause, good cause. I'd have to go back and look at exactly what the definitions are. But it's just a more expansive finding that they've got to find, not just I find probable cause to believe that so-and-so did this and should be arrested, check the box. It's somewhat more than that, and would take, as I said, possibly more training with justices of the peace, possibly a significant revision of forms, possibly both. I just don't know at this early stage.
Okay. Representative O'Halloran?
Just have hopefully a quick question. If we were to pass this today, the way it is, with all the limitations you're saying, would this, because I'm just trying to think this out, would this put like liability on a justice of peace if they,
No,
no, okay.
Senator Carney?
We've been working on legislation to give them absolute judicial immunity, so it would not.
Oops,
Yes. Senator Hagan?
getting tired. I am not gonna support this.
Would anyone like to make a motion? Senator Hagan?
To not support it,
Not to pass.
not to put it in, or not to do it, or whatever the motion would be that says no.
Straw vote to not put it in.
Okay. Is there a second on that? Yes, Representative Fourier. All right, and all those in favor? Thank you.
And you
And
still
those-
do all those opposed?
Yep, all those opposed?
Okay, so just to be clear, generally when Eli and I write a memo on behalf of the committee, we only write about things the majority voted for, so we're not going to mention this in the memo. Is that your understanding as well?
That's my expectation.
Okay.
Yep. Representative Crusoe?
Janet, can you explain? I understand we're not recommending it for this thing, but what is the status of this amendment? Is it just for us for this purpose?
Correct. So I don't know if Senator Carney will do anything else with it, but you have, through your vote, instructed Eli and me not to mention anything about it in the report back.
Thank you.
Terrific.
So we're now on to H, which I wasn't sure exactly what folks meant, but folks tabled a discussion about the interplay between LD 2059 and the supplemental budget proposal last time. So I'm just looking for your guidance. I think there were questions both about the amounts of funding because they don't match between the supplemental budget as you've amended it, 13 million a year, and 2059's finances, and also the source of funding in the two is different.
Senator Carney?
I think we were just tired
Mhm.
and we needed to come back and consider it when we had a little more energy.
I hope that moment is now.
We should have made it.
Oh, should we, do committee members need to, okay, Senator Carney and then we'll.
I'm gonna try to put the pedal to the metal here. I would move in an amendment to the supplemental budget to provide funding from the Budget Stabilization Fund to PDS to address the funding shortfall in the amount of $13 million in both of the fiscal years. It's the second
So that is
paragraph.
already, you've already voted on that and supported it by a majority vote. So we have that in. There were just questions if people wanted to do something else, like, for example, on a different initiative in the budget, it's giving money to the judicial branch to pay certain counsel that in a different bill, you're suggesting go to PDS. So we put in our memo that we've started already. Yes, we support this initiative. Here's the vote. But we want you to know there's this other vehicle. If you enact the supplemental budget and you have this bill on the table, please transfer the money you gave to the judicial branch for the second year to PDS so that they can have that money moving forward.
Would you like
So
to-
there was a question during last time. Do you want some type of similar statement in the budget memo or not about how the budget and its differences from 2059, how the two interact? You don't have to. You can just let them go their merry way separately. Nobody testified about this at the hearing that you need to reconcile the two. But committee members suggested interest in that and then tabled it.
Representative Lee?
I'm now remembering that the timing piece was stuff's gonna happen with 2059, but I don't think that stuff has happened yet. And so I don't know that we're in any different position than we were then. So maybe a memo, putting in the memo that there's these two things happening at the same time would be useful for AFA.
Any reaction to that, Senator Carney?
Yeah, I would move that we include a reference to the other funding needs that are currently in legislation moving through, or related to legislation moving through the legislature to be included in the letter to the Appropriations Committee.
Okay, Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I'm with you guys like 90% of the way. I 100% want PDS funded and even would support the 13 million and the 13 million opposed to what 2059 does right now, which is 13 and 9. My real hangup is how it's being funded out of the budget stabilization piece. So if there's a way to differentiate the committee's support on funding from the budget stabilization versus funding from the general fund and maybe take a straw vote on that, I think I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we could, first, so Senator Carney has made a motion. Is there a second for that? Representative Sinclair? Can you repeat?
Can
the
I
motion?
propose a suggested alternative to the motion?
I feel like this conversation is proving my point that we were all too tired when we were last working on.
So I wasn't entirely clear of the motion, so that's part of my motivation. But there is a split vote in the committee now about the budget initiative of 13 million and 13 million for the reason articulated last time and this time, which is the source of the funds. So in explaining that vote, we could put a little caveat like we did with the other issue. You haven't seen it yet because we just drafted it this morning, but we could put a little caveat if you all vote in favor of it saying the committee unanimously supports the funding, if that's what the vote is, of 13 million per year for the shortfall. There is just disagreement about the funding source, and LD 2059 is another vehicle that has a different funding source that you may want to consider when you look at this issue. That could be as simple as what we say.
Mhm. Representative Lee?
And that's sort of what I was thinking was it's neutral, right? It's not saying that the committee believes this funding source is good or this funding source is, but just sort of like, here are these two vehicles, they're different funding sources.
I think she's saying something different. Representative Henderson?
I am. I actually want to just expound on that and say that I would not support funding from the budget stabilization fund, even if it is the 13 million, 9 million, but I do support 13 and 13 from the general fund. So I understand that the initiative before us is solely from the budget stabilization fund. But I think I do want to go a step farther in the letter to say that while it's not unanimous to come from the budget stabilization fund, it potentially could be unanimous or it would garner more votes if it was paid through the general.
So that could just be a minority report or a report. We'll see.
Yeah, there's two ways to do it. Right now, we just have the attached vote sheet's going to say what the vote was on that. We could either just say the minority might have supported it if it had a different funding source, or we could just say, instead of worrying about what the minority, because we don't have a minority report for any of the other divided reports.
Yep.
So the other thing we could say was the committee discussed and would unanimously support funding the shortfall. The hang up, it will sound nicer, I promise. The hang up is the funding source.
Yep. Representative Henderson?
Thank you. I'm comfortable with that
Okay.
personally.
So we really don't need to revote anything. It's already done.
For other ones you voted, including that statement, I'd be happy and we could write down your initials real fast if you're fine with that.
All right. So is the motion, yes, the motion still reflects what we're,
Do the mover and seconder support that friendly amendment to the motion?
Yes.
Wholeheartedly.
okay. In that case, let's have a show of hands. Oh, yes, Senator Hagan. Do you want to restate it, Janet?
So we will say in the memo, when we talk about that reference number that wasn't unanimous, that the committee discussed that they unanimously support funding the shortfall. The disagreement is only over the short source of the funds.
So this is just part of that letter.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not gonna be a part of the letter, I guess, but I do ultimately want that 1313, so. So what do I do? Just say no in the straw poll and hint, hint, nudge, nudge to my friends in approps and say, we want that.
It's entirely up to you.
Okay, I know what to do.
All right. So all in favor of that proposal of describing the nature of the vote in the letter?
So before I write those down, since that won't work for what we said, was that the committee would unanimously, maybe we will write it as the minority report, at least one member voting against said they would have supported it. If it wasn't from the stabilization fund, would that work? I'm just trying to make the memo make sense.
Okay, so tell us that proposal again.
So the motion was that you all unanimously agreed
To support
support
the
it from the
funding.
general fund instead, but
Yeah.
there isn't unanimity.
Yeah.
So we could just do the other option, which was to say, at least some of the folks voting against this initiative would have voted for it if it wasn't budget stabilization fund money.
I think that's accurate. Representative Sinclair?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding Senator Hagan. I thought that he had said he supports funding. He just doesn't support our composing a letter at all. Did I misunderstand you?
Maybe I'm confusing myself.
So this letter you will be on, we are writing it. It's the report back on supplemental budget, but you can have a position that you don't want to mention this topic. That's for sure.
Yeah. For them hearing one. So maybe I like to make a fool of myself at least once a day. I think.
Everybody's tired.
Those who like the letters.
Yes, Representative.
So this letter isn't asking appropriations to do anything. It's just explaining.
We took a vote on this yesterday and the
Right.
majority of the committee
Right.
agreed to move it forward.
Right.
And I think what we're exploring is the nature of any opposition. And it's a little confusing because what we're hearing is that some people don't want to be included in the letter, but they do support the funding. So I think that's what got us a little bit snagged.
If you could add that.
How about if we just say, everybody on the committee supports funding the shortfall, the end, and not get into it anymore?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yes. Is that unanimous?
Supports funding the shortfall.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what LD 2059's vote was.
We would have supported with that, but not through the budget stabilization fund. That's
Onto the
what-
source
what
of
that
funds.
hinge is the source of funds. And I think.
Yes, is that okay for you, Senator Hagan?
Yep.
Okay, then I think we have unanimous of those present.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with that.
All right.
All the people who said, oh, we're not.
Senator Carney?
What,
Again, I want to ask to make sure, because my co-staff very correctly wants to make sure everybody is on the same page. So people who originally voted against including this in the letter, are you okay if what we say is the committee unanimously supports funding the shortfall? The disagreement is only over the source of the funds.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And so the vote that you took on Tuesday which effectively was a no vote to putting it into the budget stabilization fund, that will continue to be reflected.
Yep.
There will, yes. And so this vote here, this conversation here is not erasing that prior descent to the budget stabilization fund.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So committee members, we have one final initiative left, and then we're going to take a break and just come back and finish up our POA reviews for the interlude.
Okay, so the last one is proposal J, which, so Representative Lee during the public hearing asked the executive director of the Maine Commission on Public Defense Services to provide information on what it would take to fully build out a public defense and employee counsel system. And you received a chart last time. It looks like this. If you can't find it, the director very kindly brought a few extra copies. So thank you. But this is that information that was requested by Representative Lee, and he asked that you consider discussing whether there might be a proposed amendment to the budget that you support related to this. Does anybody
Representative Lee?
need their copy?
I want to get to the interlude.
Okay.
So what I'm
Give it to us.
gonna propose, and I'm just gonna make the motion, I'd move in all of the additional items that are not already into the supplemental budget, to build the full PDS employed counsel system, and the figure for that is $11,586,965.
While you were saying that, I was being talked to, so I don't know what.
You want the
said.
number?
No, I don't know what the motion is.
Oh, sorry. The motion is to move in all items to build out a full PDS system that are not already included in the supplemental budget, which are reflected in the non-shaded items in the chart provided by PDS. And the monetary amount for that would be $11,586,965.
Representative, is that number somewhere on this chart?
It
I'm not
isn't,
seeing?
it
Okay.
isn't, but it's, if you were to take the overall total and then back out the items that are already in.
Got it.
Can
the
you say that
supplemental
total
budget.
again?
Yes, 11,586,965.
Thank you very much.
Right?
I'm just to give some background, I am not confident that AFA is going to fund this amount, but I think it's a useful thing for us to know each year what it's going to take to fully build out a PDS system, so that in evaluating the amounts that could be saved by not having so many assigned counsel to cases, that we should have a notion of what a fully built up PDS is.
All right, so that's the motion. Is there a second? Representative Pugh? Senator Carney?
Yeah, I am extraordinarily supportive of PDS. My concern about this initiative is that I find when we have public testimony on initiatives, that it really helps us understand how to shape and refine them and how to prioritize them. And in this case, we haven't had that kind of public testimony. And I'm also concerned that I don't know if this motion would require a lot of drafting of statutes and that sort of thing, but it's a lot it's a lot of work to just get essentially the information that we already have in the chart. I think perhaps, maybe not, but I'm just a little concerned about the approach as opposed to a legislative approach.
Yes, Representative Lee.
I did inquire as to whether there would be additional work, because I did,
Okay.
I shared that concern too. I didn't want to create additional work. My understanding is because the chart has all of the positions fully outlined, that there is not a substantial amount of work to be done.
So
Senator Carney?
in your mind, representatively, it's just a funding bill and it's not creating any, there's no statutory changes that would be required.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Committee members, any discussion? Representative Sinclair?
I wonder if we could ask Director Tarpinian to come up just for a moment. I have one specific question.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Frayla Tarpinian. I'm the Executive Director for the Maine Commission on Public Defense Services.
Good afternoon. Great to see you again. Can you tell the committee what level of coverage in terms of percentage of the cases that need counsel provided this proposal would provide spread out across each of the different districts if the number is different for different districts?
Yes, I do not have the percentages calculated and broken down. And part of the problem is when we went to the hybrid system, our ability to calculate is kind of pegged to 2024. And so now because of the hybrid system, we don't have the same ability to break apart numbers the way that we did before. So a third percentage of the case work is calculated by the number of hours that were performed. And that's because if you have a lower level case, the number of hours for that case is less than a higher level case. So homicide and a theft both have an attorney. The hours in those cases is tremendously different. So you can't count docket numbers. You have to have a way to differentiate work. This is based on a good faith estimate of where we have need on the uncounseled list and the number of cases that are coming in for each of those regions. And so I was asked at the appropriations public hearing what a full build out would look like right now. And so the stated assumption is sort of what was in my annual report, which is my understanding of the charge of mainly this committee and my commissioners is to maintain a hybrid system that meets the demand of the needs of uncounsel of indigent legal services in each region. We can tell from where we are now that the needs in the regions vary and that there is a higher need in certain areas, which you're familiar with, a RUSTIC. We did put out a call to get that list down and it's fallen by more than 50%. We're staffing it and Representative Henderson is not here, but we're paying people to drive there, which is not what we want to be spending funds on. And so we need to push people towards a RUSTIC. This would push 3 bodies which we think is enough. It would staff offices that have 0 attorneys. So York has 0 employed defenders. That's a large county. Now, York is in great shape right now and has been for a while for a variety of reasons. PDS would like to have an established office in every judicial region so that we can stabilize the market in each of those regions. This does not staff a third of the cases in York. This is a smaller staffing. I've stated before, but the Cumberland County office, is the 2059 original proposition or the supplemental budget staffs at a third on that 2025 calculation. We do not intend to put those bodies in Cumberland County. They're not needed there right now. Bangor needs a few more people. And then the Mid-Coast is also underrepresented. Knox County historically carries the list. And for a variety of reasons, we should probably put somebody there to address that situation. But again, the same thing is have the ability to pivot towards any county or area that has a need. We need to have an office there to do that. And so we laugh about Knox County, but Knox County has a reason there's a list there. But if we had somebody who's dedicated there, it wouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter where you get arrested. You should have access to justice. It breaks out the PC unit. It makes a very robust PC unit across the state. So it puts 2 bodies in at least every region, including people who can do appeals. It establishes the appellate unit. That appellate unit would handle all appeals. So that's appeals for criminal cases. It's appeals for PC cases, which you've heard a lot about. It's also appeals for involuntary commitments and weapons restriction orders, which we anticipate happening shortly. And so I don't know if that answered your question, but that's how do we come? It was not mathematical, but it was where's the uncounted list now? How many pending felony cases are in each of those regions? Every biweekly, we get that list. And then how many cases or filings are we seeing? And the other thing is it's a dynamic number of case filings. This committee helped decriminalize a lot of cases. And so that's reduced the number of criminal filings across the state, which is great. We support that. Those filings that are reduced did not have an impact on our budget or the number of cases we staffed because the cases that were decriminalized largely did not have counsel. So I'm not sure I answered your question, but I did the best I could.
You didn't, but you made it clear why you can't, and you provided helpful information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Additional questions, committee members? Guys, I have one question for you. So it looks to me like what the proposal is to fund 85 new positions that would come online within the next year, essentially.
Yes.
And would you be able to hire that many people in the next year, do you think?
Not in July. Not in July. We would have to phase them in. No, we would not be able to hire 85 people in an entire 12-month period. Maybe. I don't think we could onboard people effectively. We would want it to be rolled out a little more gradually. And to be clear, we're going to use this as our basis as we put our budget together this summer for our next biennial budget, which after the session wraps up is what the next project that we will have to work on. So this is a precursor to what's going to be coming in the future. I know this committee will change, but just so you know what the plan is, this work. Well, we really appreciate and are happy to provide the information. We really appreciate Representative Lee's support and everyone here's support. So we're trying to give you the information, but this will carry through as a theme and we'll adjust it as we need to.
Thank you. Yeah, I will continue. Are there any other questions for Executive Director Tarpinian? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other information people would like to have with regard to initiative J? Thank you. Initiative J. What's that?
You skipped I.
No, I think oh yeah, well.
I
think
didn't want any more jokes.
too much silliness with regard to the eyes. Okay. And so there's a motion by Representative Lee that's been seconded by Representative Pugh. Is there any discussion, committee members? Anybody like to share how they're feeling? Representative Kuhn.
Okay, well, I'll speak even though I'm just missed. My reaction to this was, on the one hand, wanting to be very supportive of PDS and their build out. I really think that investing in that system is the key to the future of this. But in prior build outs, it's been done so carefully and so sort of surgically to address a particular harm in a particular place. And it worries me a little bit just to move something in wholesale without that kind of really careful tailoring that we've done. So I feel a little uncomfortable voting against that, but I feel like at the same time, it's very important that we do this just carefully and in ways that will really garner support. So I'll be in opposition.
Anyone else? I'd like to share my thoughts too. If I could wave a magic wand and have this happen, I absolutely 100% would. But I feel like the purpose of this communication on the supplemental budget proposal is that we are supposed to be giving the Appropriations Committee information that's going to help them make a decision over the next couple of weeks. And I think us more carefully, like working with the executive director to stage the build out would be more helpful. And so I'm just not comfortable doing it now, even though I will feel terrible voting against public defense because I am 100% supportive. Thank you. Is the committee ready for a straw vote? Appears that we are. The motion is, Representative Lee, could you restate your motion, please?
The motion is to fund a fully built out. My bad. The motion is to move in a fully built out public defense service system with employed counsel as indicated by the positions in this document. And now I've lost where I wrote this down, which is $11,586,965.
And that was seconded by Representative Pugh. So, is the committee ready for the straw vote? Appears that we are. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. And those opposed?
So as in the other motion that did not prevail, we just will not mention it at all in the memo.
Jen, do you have what you need from us before we take a break?
So as you know, your reporting deadline is tomorrow. Eli and I will finish putting together the memo to reflect what happened today. You have two options. We can bring this language back to you tomorrow after the confirmation hearings. Hopefully it's ready by then and have you look at it, or you can delegate the chairs. And I feel like there should be at least somebody from the Republican Party who also reviews it. But I don't know who's the most available tomorrow. Or if you feel like the chairs will do a good job. We just want to make sure we run it by whoever we need to run it by before we send it to AFA. And we don't want to disrespect anyone around the horseshoe in doing that.
Yes, Representative Poirier.
I'm not sure who's going to be here from my party for the most of tomorrow. I'm not able to be here. Is there a chance that you can email it to me?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
So if we email it to you and give you a deadline, we have to send it over by 5. We'll try and get it to you ASAP.
Yep.
So you can review. Okay.
That'd be
So
perfect.
does everybody agree that the chairs and Representative Poirier will be the people who review it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And with that, we're going to take about a 10-minute break before we return for our FOA requests. So we can
All right, everyone, we're back at it and we are going to take up now three Freedom of Access Act reviews. And Janet, we have a rubric that we utilize to ensure that any exception to public access to public information is narrowly tailored in order to protect the integrity of Maine's public access laws. And
Okay.
Jen, and I'm just gonna turn it over to you. Thank you.
Certainly. So you should have your FOA binders in front of you, and Soupy very kindly made cover pages for each of the okay, so you should look in your FOA binders. Soupy made cover pages for each of the reviews we are doing today. We're going to start with LD 2001. In your binder is where you will find the voting rubric that we are going to be using today. She did not have the memos, that's why we just passed it out. So if you could add the memo from the HHS committee in this case to that portion of your binder, we'll be ready to go. Oh, so she copied it too. Okay, then we won't hand you out duplicative copies. Just, we really apparently want you to review that one, so we gave you 2 copies. Thank you, Soupy. So do you have it? LD 2001, and do you have the voting sheet?
I got an extra one.
No, those were part of the binder, so that was just a miscommunication. We're about to remedy it.
Representative Lee, would you like to be the scribe for our review of LD 2001? Thank you.
Okay, so the first one to review is LD 2001, an act to clarify the laws governing facilities for children and adults under the Health and Human Services Law. This is a bill that went through the Health and Human Services Committee. You have visiting with you today, Senator Henry Ingerson, and the analyst from the committee, as well as there are folks online from the department who can help walk you through this review.
Thank you. Welcome, Senator Ingerson.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to be here. As you heard, there's a lot better experts than me in the room right now, and this is really comforting to me. Be really helpful, and the Director of Office of Child and Family Services. This is basically a department bill that I sponsored, corrects technical inconsistencies relating to licensing that are having a negative impact on children's licensing and investigation services team, licensed providers to both. What it basically does, it amends Title 22, Section 7703, which is a section that governs records acquired or retained by the department in connection with its responsibilities under the subtitle that governs facilities for children and adults. For example, children's homes, child care facilities, adult daycare. It keeps confidential any information gathered in the course of an investigation of abuse or neglect, except a statement indicating whether or not a report of the abuse or neglect has been received, the nature of the alleged abuse or neglect, and the conclusions reached by the department. The bill amends this section to, 1, clarify that, quote, information includes records created or obtained in the course of an investigation, and 2, to include, quote, post-investigation activities or proceedings. The purpose is to keep these records confidential until the appeals process is complete. This issue was raised by the Attorney General's office to DHHS to keep records confidential through the administrative appeals process. During the course of an administrative appeal, a related FOA was submitted, and it was determined that the statute as currently written did not provide for confidentiality beyond the investigation. And it's
Yeah,
basically,
last bullet.
yeah, there's no change to the law regarding optional and mandatory disclosures.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so I'm sorry, Senator Ingerson, are
Yes.
you prepared also to take us through the review of the statutory criteria?
Can you do that? Anna's gonna give a hand on that one.
And
Sure.
welcome to Anna Broom from the Office of Policy and Legislative Analysis.
Hi. Okay, so, you want me to go through the rubric, so to
Yes,
speak? Okay,
please.
sure.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but before you do, committee members, are there any questions for Senator Ingerson about the statutory change? Yes, Representative Crusoe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to scan through the letter
Okay.
and make sure I understand what the bill is doing,
Okay.
the changes.
So the change is basically that the investigation is already, those records that are being collected during that period of the investigation is already confidential. The problem that the department had run into was what happens when there's an appeal. So a provider might appeal and they want these records to be confidential through the period of the administrative appeal. And that's the only thing that it changes.
But currently, they're not confidential during the appeal process.
Right, and that's, I guess, what happened is that they had an occasion where there was a FOA that was during the appeals process, I guess. And so they couldn't quite figure out, I don't know what happened in the department, but the Attorney General's office was like, the way to fix this is to make it confidential through the period of the appeal.
So that members of the public can't, or anybody just can't see.
Right, and it doesn't change who it's released to now in terms of the mandatory and optional disclosures. None of that changes. It's just the period through that appeals, if there's an appeals process.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. And thank you for the answer. Committee members, are we ready to go through the analysis? Thanks.
Okay, so A actually already gets to the question that Representative Caruso just asked me, which is that the state already collects this information and investigates complaints regarding facilities for children and adults in order to ensure the safety and health of children and adults residing or receiving treatment in those facilities. And the proposed amendment to paragraph B doesn't anticipate any new information being collected. State law already exists that addresses the confidentiality of these records in the department, and that this proposed amendment is to ensure that confidentiality exists through the end of the appeals process, and it makes no changes to who the confidential information is released to. The proposed amendment in paragraph B doesn't change the current requirement that the receipt of a report of abuse or neglect, the nature of the alleged abuse or neglect, and the conclusion reached by the department are public. It just maintains that confidentiality while the service provider is completing the appeals process. And I think G is actually sort of the same. There's no change to those current requirements. It makes no changes to the ability of the department or agency to disclose that confidential information when it's relevant to placing a child or an adult in a particular facility. That's already in law, and that is not changed here. And so we think that this is a fairly narrow thing. And if you have some more specific questions about how it works in practice, the department folks are online.
Yeah.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions before I invite Janet up to take us through the purple sheet? Yes, Representative Lee.
I guess, who are we worried about? It sounds like this is from a specific example of a FOA that happened in between the decision and the appeal. Who was the party making the FOA request?
You'd have to ask the department
Okay.
that, and I know they're here. So I believe Bobby Johnson and Bree from the department are both available for that.
Do you wish to hear that answer from the department?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Bobby Johnson is the person who's here? Two. Okay. Representatives of the Department of Health and Human Services, we are going to bring you onto the panel to ask a question that Representative Lee has posed.
Both of them? Ms. Johnson's on board.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and members of the judiciary. My name is Bobby Johnson, and I'm the Director for the Office of Child and Family Services within DHHS.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us this evening. Representative Lee, did you wish to pose your question?
Yes, so I'm looking at the bill language and it would essentially now give confidentiality to all records created or obtained even after the initial investigation, including from the time between the decision and the appeal. And I'm curious, it sounds like this was prompted by a FOA request, and I'm curious who the requester was in that scenario.
The media had made the request to the department.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, because I'm also thinking of sometimes in appeals, there's issues of purported bias. And so would this protect those documents that are shared internally, like emails between people that may, I don't know, generate questions of bias that could be challenged? And this might protect from discovery those, making them confidential.
I have Bree with me, Bree Gutierrez, who I think is best to answer that question.
Good evening, Bree Gutierrez. I'm the Associate Director of Communication and Compliance for OCFS. So I would say discovery is a different process in those appeals, and that happens between the Office of the Attorney General, who represents us, and the attorney or the appellant if they aren't represented. So FOA isn't the way that those would be obtained for the purposes of discovery. They would come out in discovery for the administrative hearing.
Did you have a follow-up question, Representative?
I'm a little concerned because oftentimes in those ADC hearings, the petition for judicial review, there isn't discovery. And FOA is kind of the process that you would utilize in order to obtain those documents.
So I would just add that this happened in the administrative hearing process, so before an ADC was ever on the table, so the department's administrative hearing process, and there is discovery under the administrative hearing rules.
Could you just please elaborate a little bit or just give us an idea of what kind of discovery happens during the administrative process?
Sure. So the department will disclose the full record of the investigation. So that's any documents that they obtain as part of the investigation on which they based their finding of abuse or neglect. I would say that often they're pretty sensitive records about children, families, and providers, victims often because there is an alleged victim. And so that is why we felt it was really important to bring this forward and protect that information for families that probably would never imagine that in engaging in an investigation, they would be potentially exposing that information publicly.
Thank you. Any questions either for Bobby Johnson or Bree Gutierrez, committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before they disappear, can I just make sure I'm understanding what this does so I can help you walk through it?
Yes, and actually you're welcome to stay through the conclusion of the review if you don't mind. We would appreciate you staying with us until the end.
Oh, yeah, I know. She had the people on time. So it's my understanding that right now there's an investigation inside the department about these allegations of abuse and neglect by facilities. If that investigation is completed, there's an end, the outcome is public. The fact that there was an investigation pending, the investigation is public, the nature of the charge is public. So all that's public. But the internal records themselves are confidential. And it sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, that that is true unless while you're still at the department level before you get to court, somebody files an appeal and then it just wasn't clear if those records remain confidential during an appeal. So if I'm understanding correctly, if no appeal is filed, these records always remain confidential. But if an appeal is filed, all of a sudden there's this loophole where maybe they're not confidential anymore. And that's the question. It's not about when it gets to the court process. It doesn't affect that. That's the next appeal level, which isn't being affected here. Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct.
Okay,
It was a
so-
loophole that OAG identified for us when we received the FOA.
Okay. So then I will try and walk you through, but it will be up to you what you decide for each of these criteria. So the first is whether the record needs to be collected and maintained. And the justification from the committee was that you need to have these records in order to conduct the investigations and more specifically in order to conduct a robust appeal process. So are people generally okay with that? I guess I'd say thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay.
So we should just indicate, and then it would be, we would, at the end, we would look through the entire sheet and make a recommendation. So if you
Yep.
feel that the justification is present, please give a thumbs up.
Great. So when there is a new public records exception proposed, so something that would be disclosable to the public if the public asked for it would no longer be, you have to go through these statutory criteria as a way of focusing your minds about whether you think this is a good proposal or not, or it should be maybe amended or changed a little bit. So the first criteria the law requires you to consider is whether the record that's going to be now protected from disclosure needs to be collected and maintained. And the justification given by the committee and then through this discussion today was if there's an investigation of abuse and neglect at a facility, they need to gather information and conduct the investigation. All of that's confidential now, but if somebody appeals, it might not be confidential during that internal appeal process. But they still, the question is, do they need to collect it, maintain it? And the idea is, yes, if you agree, they need to have that information to conduct the appeal.
Representative, did you wish to be recognized? If you could just raise your hand.
Sorry, thank you.
Go ahead.
And if you say no, then that means it stays confidential and it's not part of any review.
So this is new confidentiality protection during an administrative appeal internally to the department. And so if you don't think they need, the only thing we're asking now is, do you think they need to have this information for a purpose? So it's A and B, we usually vote together. Do you think they need this information in the context of this bill to conduct the appeal?
Thank you.
So we're looking for a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you think, the only question we're asking that they need this information. Okay. So the third question is whether a federal law requires a record covered by the proposed exception to be confidential. And that is not, there's no known information on that, although the committee did note that state law already protects these records in every instance, except perhaps if a facility files an appeal internally. So I think we've in the past said not applicable. Yes, because there isn't a federal law about this particular topic. No, they mentioned that state law covers it already, but not necessarily federal law. Yeah. A and B we did together because I don't know really. Initially, they may have made sense to be separate, but we always talk about them together. So I just usually suggest you vote them together. Paragraph D is whether the proposed exception protects an individual's privacy interest and whether that interest substantially outweighs the public interest. And as the committee noted, this isn't changing that balancing because other than during this internal administrative appeal, everything is confidential. But going back to the actual statutory language, there might be a child who has been potentially the victim of an abuse or neglect situation in one of these facilities. That's what the investigation is all about. So you might consider that their privacy interest, and perhaps that's why these records have been deemed confidential in the past when there wasn't an appeal.
Thank you. So committee members, the question is whether we feel that the proposed exception protects an individual's privacy interest that outweighs the public interest in disclosing the records. So one hypothetical is a child whose either photographs and medical records of relative to the public's interest in seeing that photograph during the pendency of the appeal in a newspaper. Representative Lee?
I just realized I might be misreading something, and so Janet, if you have a reading on it, I'd be appreciative to know. Including all post-investigation activities and proceedings, is that about records, or is that saying the proceedings themselves are going to be private?
No, this is information gathered at that time.
So including all post-investigation activities and proceedings would be including documents and records that come about internally as part of that investigation?
As I read it, it's the information gathered and records created or obtained in the course of. Currently, it covers the investigation, and now it's going to cover records and information obtained in post-investigation activities. And
So I
proceedings.
was reading it correctly.
Yes, maybe so.
Right.
But the, just to be relevant here to this factor and many of the other factors, a statement whether or not the report has been received is public. So if somebody asks, have you had a complaint about this facility? That is disclosable. If they want to know the nature of whatever that complaint was, that is disclosable. And then the ultimate outcome conclusion is available to the public as well. That's already in current law.
Thank you. Committee members, does anybody have concerns about whether criteria D is met? I'm asking it in the negative before I ask for the thumbs up. I'm not seeing any concerns raised. If you feel that. I'm sorry, can you please turn on your microphone?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that should be public in any way. So
then I think you're agreeing with this statement that Senator Carney said that the individual's privacy interest outweighs disclosing that particular information as opposed to the ultimate conclusion.
And so for those who feel that criteria D has been met, could you please give a thumbs up? Thank you. That's unanimous of those present.
Factors E and F about businesses at competitive disadvantage and the position of a public body in negotiations were not expounded upon by the committee. In my review, I think in the past we would have said not applicable, but I leave that to you.
Committee members, are we in agreement that those two criteria are not applicable? Thumbs up, please, if you agree. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, and then G is whether public disclosure jeopardizes the safety of a member of the public or the public in general. And if so, whether that safety interest substantially outweighs the public interest in the disclosure of the records. I don't know that if that's applicable or not. It's kind of like backwards to the situation before us. I'm on G. We did E and F together.
Yeah.
I'm sneaky like that.
So committee members, to me, it seems like G is not really on point. Are we all in agreement that G would not be applicable? If so, please give a thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay, has everybody cast their votes with their thumbs? Yes, okay, great. Thank you.
I think G1 may be more directly applicable, at least the way I read it. So it's whether public access to the record ensures or would ensure that members of the public are able to make informed health and safety decisions. So maybe having all of the details of what happened might allow you to decide if it's safe to use that facility. But I do want to remind you that under the law, the fact that the report of abuse or neglect has been made, the nature of it, and then the ultimate conclusion are accessible. So it doesn't mean you can't find that this factor is one way, but when you get to the narrow tailoring, keep all that in mind.
So you wouldn't have access to the raw data from the investigation, but you would know that there was an investigation and the conclusion of it.
Correct.
Okay.
And the nature of the complaint
And the nature of the complaint.
without all the little pictures around.
Okay, thank you. And so do we feel, committee members, that G1 has been met? If so, give a thumbs up. Yes.
Add your verbiage of no raw data to that line, or do you think it's?
So that's already in the bill before you.
Okay.
So you can be assured on that. Okay. So
So we
I'll
feel
say
that
that's a
that has
thumbs
been
up.
met?
And then what this committee has traditionally viewed as the most important factor that usually drives the whole outcome is whether you believe that this proposed exception to public disclosure is as narrowly tailored as possible. And this is where you might want to focus on whether you think the instances where information can be disclosed are sufficient. So that is, again, the statement that the complaint was made, the nature of the complaint, and the conclusion. Also, if you look in the lead-in language, that's on the bottom of the first page of the memo, it does say that this information could also be released with a court order or written release. So there are those potentials to get this information to the public. And do you believe that with those available avenues of public information, do you feel like this is narrowly tailored?
Thank you. Committee members, any questions about that? Anybody wish to venture a recommendation? Representative Koo?
I would say that it is narrowly tailored.
Anybody have concerns about that? Should we do a straw thumb poll? Those who feel like that criteria is met? Yes, go ahead, Representative Holler.
Is there a way to make it more narrowly tailored than that?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well in assessing this, and that's the right question to ask. And so from my perspective, what this is doing is it's just extending important confidentiality that's present during the investigation through the actual resolution of the issue. And so I think that is a very narrow, it's narrowly limited in time, and it's narrowly limited to confidentiality that's already been approved through this process. So to me, it seems like it is narrowly tailored. So do committee members feel that it is narrowly tailored? We've got, and then those who do not? Thank you.
Okay. So remember, these are all factors that are going to ultimately to help weigh into your ultimate decision. You don't have to agree that every factor is met to be fine with something. They're just all things that the statute requires you to consider. The next is whether there's any other criteria. None was suggested by the committee. I don't know if others have a suggestion of another criteria to be considered.
Anybody have another criteria they'd like to suggest?
Okay, and
Not
then
seeing any, thank you.
the ones in 2A or 2B are sort of unique situations. One is like really broad public records exceptions that discretion is given to an official. And the second one is where you're just changing accessibility rather than creating a public records exception. I don't think either of those apply here, but I'll let you decide that.
Committee members, do we agree that these do not apply? If so, give the thumbs up. Thank you.
So those are the statutory criteria. There's always the caveat that if you think that there should be a change in the general archives rules about that after 75 years of a record being in existence, it could become unconfidential. You can weigh in now on that provision.
Does anybody see a reason to deviate from the normal time frame? Not seeing any, thank you.
Okay, so then I would look for a motion from someone on the committee of whether you believe that this public records exception meets the criteria in the statute either without change, so as it's drafted, or with a change in the archives, which I don't think anyone has suggested. Or if you think this could meet the criteria, if the committee changed it in some way, you could make a motion, say, I want to support this public records exception, but please ask the committee to consider this new language.
Thank you. Would any committee member wish to make a motion? Representative Kuhn? Oh, sorry. Had you raised your hand, Representative Pugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to make the motion. I would move that this meets the requirements, that the statute meets the requirements without change.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Kuhn. Any discussion, committee members? All those in favor? Actually, this is an actual vote, so please raise your hands and keep them up until Janet records.
Okay, so we will send a memo briefly, but the committee knows now, because their representatives are here, that you have agreed that this is fine without change, and we'll get the memo to you. But you know the outcome now. And the HHS committee does have one other one, and then we also have one for HED. So do you want to just keep going on our HHS roll?
Yes, let's do it. Thank you.
So this is going to be LD 2108, and Supi's going to hand out the voting rubric, and you should have the memo in your binders.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Would you like to go ahead and present the public records exception review?
Sure.
A memo on LD 2108?
All right, so 2108 establishes the Suicide Mortality Review Panel. It's a multidisciplinary panel to review trends in suicide deaths in Maine. It will review cases or confirmed or suspected deaths by suicide and deaths recorded as undetermined in which suicide cannot be ruled out. The goal of this panel is to identify strengths and weaknesses of the system of care in order to decrease the incidence of suicide. Records held by this panel are confidential to the same extent that they are confidential while in the custody of the entity that provided the record to the panel. Records in this case include death certificates, autopsy and medical examiner reports, EMS records, medical records, health care information, confidential, military service information, some are confidential, police investigation records, and social service records. Records also include voluntary interviews conducted with people who have relevant information. Those are confidential. Records also include the proceedings of this panel. The conclusions of the panel are disclosed by the commissioner, but she cannot disclose information, records, or data that are otherwise classified as confidential. So that's pretty much the piece on the records.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know whether it is more helpful to actually, Anna Broom, could you please take us through the committee's analysis, or either one of you actually, of the factors, and then we'll have Janet lead us through the sheet.
Okay, and I'm
Thank you.
sort of designated header for this one. This was actually Sam Seneff's bill, and he's in committee, so won't be quite as anyway. So I'm
You're
going to do a
doing
lot of
great.
reading. Okay. So the need to collect the information, the panel will collect existing records relating to the person who's committed suicide and their cause of death. If this information is confidential under current law, it will remain so under the custody of the panel. So it does have that magic language of confidential to the same extent as it was in the whoever collected the record language. So these records, as well as the records related to interviews conducted by the panel, which is the sort of new piece here, will be vital for the panel to carry out its charge to examine deaths by suicide or the possible suicide in the state. Without that information, it would be impossible for the panel to examine the deaths by suicide, draw conclusions, and make recommendations for change.
I'm wondering, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but does it make sense, and Jen, I'm kind of asking this question of you, for us to have you sit where Senator Ingerson is sitting, and then as Anna Broom describes the committee's thought process, we could actually, while it's fresh in our minds, address that. Thank you for ceding your seat, Senator Ingerson. We could actually address the criteria at the time, and I think that might go more smoothly for us.
Okay, so the first criteria is whether a record protected by the proposed exception needs to be collected and maintained. And I believe, as Anna just mentioned, if you would like to have a panel that could evaluate the factors leading to suicide and to develop recommendations for implementing improved systems to prevent suicide, they will need to collect the information about the suicides or suspected suicides.
Okay, committee members, anybody prepared to make a suggestion? I saw your hand go up, Representative.
Yes, I mean, collecting this information is essential for them to fulfill their mission. So yes.
Hey, could we show thumbs for those who agree that the first criteria is met? Actually, the first and the second.
And the second is actually, this one you could vote separately because this is about, also you would need to maintain those records, not just destroy them after an initial review because the panel is supposed to look for trends.
Okay, so let's vote it separately. So we feel that A has been met. Now we'll move on to B.
And then the next criteria, which I will have Anna explain, is whether federal law requires a record covered by the proposed exception to be confidential. And then HHS is always so thorough. They tell you both about federal and state laws.
But I think we skipped B. Did we, or?
We just did B.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Keep going.
So Sam did outline all of this, that state law already exists that addresses the confidentiality of many of the records that the panel is authorized to collect. So the records are sort of described through this law, but as I mentioned before, that they are confidential and at the same level as they were confidential. So some of these things are not necessarily confidential. So death certificates, current law allows for the inspection of records when the applicant has a direct and legitimate interest in the matter recorded. Autopsy, medical examiner, and coroner reports. Current law provides that a record that is or contains intelligence and investigative record information is confidential. This standard may apply to certain autopsy, medical examiner, and investigative records, and the law does provide for limited exceptions. There is state-level data that is collected and reported in the US CDC's National Violent Death Reporting System. The National Violent Death Reporting System collects and aggregates data from states and keeps confidential individual data. Emergency medical personnel records and documentation. EMS records containing protected health information are confidential in accordance with HIPAA and with state law 1711C entitled 22. And then healthcare information pursuant to that same section. This proposed language allows healthcare providers to disclose records to the panel coordinator. And then military service information. The public is able to request many military records, although certain records are considered confidential under federal law. Police investigation records and other law enforcement records. Current law provides that a record that is or contains intelligence and investigative record information is confidential, and the law provides for limited exceptions. And social service records, Sam said this is a broad category, but records include protected health information that are confidential under HIPAA and under state law, and other records such as child protective records are also protected specifically under state law. And so, as mentioned, that would be the same level of confidentiality. You can get them from other sources, in other words.
And so do we all feel that criteria C is met? There are many federal laws that also require confidentiality. Thank you all.
The next question is whether the proposed exception protects an individual's privacy interest and whether that interest substantially outweighs the public interest in the disclosure of the records.
The bill maintains the same confidentiality over records as exists prior to the records being transferred to the panel. When the new entity, the panel, is given authority to view and maintain those records by carrying over existing confidentiality provisions, the bill appears to provide for sufficient protection of sensitive information while providing the panel with the records required to fulfill its mandate.
And I do have one thing to add here. So the confidentiality provision that's actually in the bill is on page 5 of the bill and it's starred. So most of the things that are protected by the confidentiality provision are these records that Anna has been discussing at length. The panel coordinator also can conduct interviews, for example, maybe with family members, medical providers, others. And those are also kept confidential by this provision. So my notes were that by protecting those interviews and discussions, it ensures possibly the comfort of the person being interviewed with revealing potentially sensitive information about the person at issue in the investigation. Whether you agree or disagree, that's up to you, but that's a possible thing to weigh as well here.
And so committee members, without that confidentiality, people might be reluctant to participate in those interviews.
And they are voluntary interviews.
Okay, Representative Lee?
Yeah, I flipped the page back to look at what the interviews are, and they're pretty heavily circumscribed to actually limit the amount of confidential information that is obtained. They can only be provided in summary or abstract without family names or identification of the deceased individual. So we're talking about very limited interviews.
And so committee members, do we feel that this legislative proposal balances the individual's privacy rights and the public interest? If so, please give the thumbs up. Thank you, everyone.
The next two criteria in E and F about businesses being at a competitive disadvantage in public bodies in negotiations are potentially not applicable because these are about individual suicides or potential suicides.
See that we're all nodding and raising our thumbs. So those are not applicable.
And then criteria G, whether public disclosure jeopardizes the safety of a member of the public.
Sam said appears to be little jeopardy to public safety presented by the proposed exception as the records involving pertain to deceased individuals.
Okay, and so do we feel that that is not applicable? Not applicable. Okay, thank you.
And then G1 is whether public access to these records would help members of the public make informed health and safety decisions. And that was written as not applicable, which I think is perfectly possible. I also wrote down in my thinking about this bill that
The whole purpose of the
the whole purpose of the panel is to allow
Right.
information to be gathered so you can make some better systems to prevent suicide in the future.
Yes, that's how
So
I'm
it's
thinking
kind
about
of-
it as well. So committee members, do we all agree that the confidentiality of this information would ensure that members of the public are able to make better informed health and safety decisions?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you.
And then whether the proposed exception is as narrowly tailored as possible.
I don't think I need to read that.
And
Okay, and then I just want to remind you of how these records are accessible. They are accessible to the same extent that the underlying records would be accessible under the underlying laws governing them. There also will be an annual report provided by the panel that will disclose sort of its overall impression from these records. There also are periodic aggregate findings that can be disclosed, and then the panel's conclusions are disclosable to the public as well.
thank you for that information. And so, committee members, do we so we feel that the broad confidentiality for an agency, I'm sorry, Janet,
We're
Were you-
just deciding, do you think this proposed confidentiality provision is as narrowly tailored as possible?
Okay, I thought we had moved beyond that one, but but I am also tired. Okay, so committee members, do we feel that the proposed exception is as narrowly tailored as possible? Yes, thank you all.
Again, I don't think that this implicates 2A or 2B, but I am open to anyone saying differently.
I agree with you. Everybody okay with 2A and 2B being skipped? Thank you.
And also, there was no other criteria proposed, so.
Yes.
Okay, and then does anyone have concern about any record that might be permanently maintained by this panel would no longer be confidential after 75 years?
Everybody looks like everybody's comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, so I would be looking for a motion on the back, either that it's okay without change or that you might have a suggested change.
Did any committee member wish to make a motion? Representative Lee?
I would move that the proposed public records exception meets the criteria listed in Title I, Section 434, and the Judiciary Committee approves the proposed language without change.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Pugh. Any additional discussion, committee members? And so now for those who are in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous of those present. And thank you very much, Anna Broom and Senator Ingerson.
And we have one more, and this is from the Housing and Economic Development Committee. This is LD 2149, if you're looking for it in your binder. We're very close. We only had 3, yes.
I know, but the others in the binder, we don't.
Those were all last year.
Oh. Okay, what the?
Welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome to begin your presentation whenever you'd like.
Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, distinguished members of the committee. This is my first FOA review. I've watched 2 of them now, so I get a sense of the pace. This is in regards to LD 2149, which establishes a transfer assessment fee due upon the sale of a manufactured housing community.
Can you
Also-
please introduce yourself, Senator Curry? We know who you are, but there are lots of fans watching us on YouTube.
Thank you very much for getting the pattern. I'm Senator Chip Curry. I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. Thank you, Senator Carney. So LD 2149 establishes a transfer assessment fee due upon the sale of a manufactured housing community, also known as a mobile home park. The fee is equal to $10,000 for each lot in the community and is paid to the Registry of Deeds. The Registry of Deeds keeps 5% of the fee and transfers the remaining 95% of the fee to the Treasurer of the State for deposit into the Manufactured Housing Community and Mobile Home Park Preservation Assistance Fund. So certain persons are exempt from the fee, including entities that together with affiliated or related entities have a net worth of less than $75 million. The Maine State Housing Authority has the responsibility to receive and evaluate the sworn affirmation of exemption and to determine what information must be submitted to support that affirmation. The affirmation and supporting information is confidential under the language of the bill. So that is what we're discussing. I have the questions that you've answered, but they're here in writing. I can go through them, or you can ask me them or read them. How would you like to proceed?
I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, analyst Lynn.
With me is my analyst, Lynn Westfall, and she is an expert on this.
Lynn Westfall, would you like to go through the criteria with us, and then maybe Janet can sit where you're sitting, Senator Curry, if you don't mind, and then we'll walk through the rubric as we go over the criteria. Yes, Representative Lee.
Can you show me where the confidentiality provision is in the statute?
Yes, so there are 2 attachments. If you go to the last one, attachment B,
If you go to page 2 on attachment B, the confidentiality provision appears twice. It's identical. On page 2 in the section 3A, the sworn affirmation of exemption. In the middle of it, it says the sworn affirmation and the information submitted are confidential and not a public record. That same exact sentence appears on page 4 of the committee report under the 3A on that page. And just so you know, there's 2 chapters of law that govern manufactured housing communities. Chapter 951 is manufactured housing communities. Chapter 953 is mobile home parks. This bill makes identical changes into the existing identical laws in both of those 2 chapters.
Thank you. That's very clear. Any other questions, committee members? Representative Pugh, did you have a question? No. Okay. All right. So are there any questions for, oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question, Representative Holleran? Go ahead.
I'm not sure if it's applicable under this, but it's still public information that they're required to have the serial numbers on the inside and outside of the mobile homes and the manufactured housing. That's not being protected.
No, this is information from people or entities that are looking to be exempt from this transfer assessment fee. So it's the purchaser of the community, not an individual home, the community or the park. So someone who's buying a community or a park will pay this fee on the number of lots in the park. Yep.
Unless they meet the
Unless they're exempt,
criteria
yes.
for an exemption. No, it would just, they have to submit financial information to show their level of net worth.
Yes.
Yes, Representative Crusoe?
Just to clarify, this is just about they're submitting their financial data in order to be found as meeting the 75 million metric. And that is what's confidential, their tax returns, their assets. That's what all this is about right now.
So hold on a second. Is there an answer to that question?
There is an answer to the question.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yes and no. So when the committee came up with the confidential provision, we were completely focused on entities' net worth under $75 million. There are other entities that are exempt in this bill. And so I have to, for full disclosure, if you're looking at the version that I had you look at before, at the bottom of page 1, the exemptions apply to, yes, entities and their, I'm sorry. At the bottom of page 1, it says number 2, it says exemptions. So the following entities are exempt: a municipal housing authority, a cooperative, which is a cooperative of manufactured home owners, a person who is purchasing the manufactured housing community from a family member, and an entity together with affiliated or related entities that has a net worth of less than $75 million. So the confidentiality provision as drafted applies to the sworn affirmation and documents from all of those entities.
Thank you. So if you had to provide a sworn, all of the entities described in paragraph F, or all of the entities that would be in any category under the exceptions.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions before we dive into the analysis, committee members? Seeing none. Oh, yes, Representative Lee.
So I just want to make sure I understand. The sworn affirmation itself would be confidential, as would every document that's disclosed with the sworn affirmation.
That's how it's drafted, yes.
Okay.
I did want to also point out that we aren't 100% sure what will be required in the affirmation yet. That is to be developed by the housing authority, Main State Housing Authority. So they will create maybe a form or something like that that requires certain information. Information could be as short as saying, I'm a local housing authority or I'm a cooperative of owners of the lots, or I'm a family member, or these are all my business affiliates and assets and murders, whatever, and it's under 75 million. So we're not exactly sure what's going to be on the form, but it's going to have to get at those factors.
Thank you. So criteria A,
So criteria A is, do the records need to be collected and maintained for the Maine State Housing Authority to be able to determine whether a person or entity is exempt? They would need to have this information, the sworn affidavit, affirmation, and anything else. So we do believe that that information needs to be collected and maintained.
And also, if you want to do A and B together, as we usually do, did read on in the bill and amendment, and you can be prosecuted for giving false information. So I think you need to maintain the information long enough to prosecute someone after you find out they lied.
thank you for pointing that out. Any questions, committee members? If you feel that criteria A and B have been met, please give the thumbs up. Thank you.
So C is whether federal law requires a record covered by the proposed exemption to be confidential. Again, because we're not entirely sure what's going to be collected, we aren't able to answer that, but I did want to point out that if a federal income tax form was part of the required information, that is protected under federal law. And I cite the code 26 US code section 6103. So it's possible some of the information may be protected by federal law, but at this point, we're not entirely sure when it comes to the entities with a value under 75 million.
And I did want to say I looked that law up because it's kind of exciting. And I didn't print it out because it was 48 pages long. But there is a provision in there. So if what the Maine State Housing Authority says is not attach your own tax records, but let us ask the IRS, anytime a taxpayer consents to release of records to kind of a state or local entity for that type of purpose, the federal law, in fact, says you cannot redisclose. You can only keep it for that purpose. So that would be protected by federal law if that's how the form ends up being.
Okay, thank you. And so with that information in mind, committee members, do we feel that federal law requires a record covered by the exception to be confidential, or is likely to require the record to be kept confidential? Okay. So either does or is likely to.
So
you could say likely to apply to some of the records.
Okay, that sounds likely to apply to some. That's a great suggestion.
So the next series is, does the proposed public record exception meet one of the following D, E, F, or G? And our focus was on number E, whether the public disclosure puts a business at a competitive disadvantage. And we do believe that there is financial and structural information, specifically with request to the net worth exemption, that could possibly put a business and its affiliates at a competitive disadvantage.
If it were publicly disclosed.
If it was publicly disclosed, yes.
Any questions about that, committee members? Representative Kuhn?
I was just gonna say, I mean, it goes to the narrowly tailored criteria because what we could do is just shell through the documents related for eligibility for that one criteria and exclude the others.
Okay. Representative Lee?
I think I'm in the same place as Representative Kuhn. It's sort of like, yes, some of the records may put a business at a disadvantage. I'm still struggling how the affirmation itself existing would put it a business at a disadvantage. And that's where I'm mulling the narrow tailoring component of this.
Okay. Anything else, committee members? Representative Pugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in evaluating this metric, it's both that first part and then also the second, whether that privacy or that disadvantage might outweigh the benefit to the public. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do you want to say something like last time? It's likely that some of this information might meet that criteria.
Yes, I think that's.
So Len very wisely pointed out that you just need D, E, F, or G. So since that was the most applicable, we can now go down to G1 and whether public access to this affirmation and any supporting documents would ensure that members of the public are able to make informed health and safety decisions. This is sort of like the criteria against making it confidential. Do you find that that's been met?
I would say it's not relevant because this isn't really related to health or safety. It's really about affordable housing.
And then whether you believe this proposed exception is as narrowly tailored as possible. And it sounded like committee members may have some thoughts on that.
Would anybody wish to?
And I believe there may be a proposed more narrowly tailored version.
Okay. Could we please hear from you, Lynn, the suggested more narrowly tailored version?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the committee, as I said, when we were drafting this, was very focused on the entities and net worth. We were not at all focused on an individual, a municipal housing authority, an individual who's buying something from their family member. And the chair has said that we don't think the committee wants to require those sworn affirmations to be confidential because they don't really meet the criteria. What the committee wants to focus on is information from those entities and affiliated entities that, and I looked at other statutes, that they want to identify as some of the languages, trade secret or production or commercial or financial information, the disclosure of which would impair the competitive position of the submitter. So that's language that has appeared in the statute. And I believe that the committee is really focused on, that's what we want to protect. We want the submitter to tell us this is confidential. It's proprietary information and specifically identify what's proprietary. And that is what would be considered confidential.
Do committee members feel that we would say that with the amended language, the exception is as narrowly tailored as possible?
I think you should actually decide the way it's written, because then you can recommend, if you want,
Okay,
that it would meet the criteria with the change.
so we would find for criteria H, we would find no. Thumbs down, everyone.
So you can write down not met yet.
Not met yet, but flip the page and we'll get there.
Okay, again, sorry, I'm rereading 2A to wonder if it's applicable. So it sounds like the way that proposal was written, 2A may be applicable because it's looking for what is the proprietary information, but the way it's currently written, I don't think it is.
Mhm.
And then 2B isn't really implicated here. And then does anybody have concerns with if this record is kept by Mainstay Housing Authority for 75 years, that all of a sudden it's going to become public?
Is everybody comfortable with the normal record retention, confidentiality retention? Thank you.
Okay, so I would be looking for a motion on the back of the page.
Thank you. Would any committee member wish to make a motion? Representative Cohn.
Thank you. I would move that the proposed public records exceptions meets the criteria listed and the Judiciary Committee approves the proposed language with the suggestion. I'm doing the second one. The proposed public records exception, pardon me, does not meet the criteria listed in Title I, Section 434 for the following reasons, because it's not narrowly tailored, and the Judiciary Committee recommends that the Committee of Jurisdiction make the following changes, and the changes would be the ones just described by Lynn.
And committee members, is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Representative Pugh and many other committee members? Then committee members, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous of those present.
Thank you. I am done torturing you.
Thank you. And thank you, Lynn, and thank you, Senator Curry, for being with us this evening. Committee members or Janet or Supi, is there any other information that you need from us on the FOAs? Is there any other business that the committee needs to do before we adjourn? Yes, Supi, go ahead.
Just very, very briefly.
Is there a motion to amend? Oh, yes. Representative Babin, I almost promoted you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you in the future.
And seconds, all those in favor, raise your hand. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.